Good evening. We're ready to begin. The Planning Commission is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, Tuesday at 5 a.m., and Thursday at 6 p.m. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
What happened? Please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Roll call. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Trowbridge,
Present.
Commissioner Steinman,
Present.
Commissioner Evans,
Present.
Commissioner Davenport,
Present.
Commissioner Goins,
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale,
Present.
Commissioner Dunham.
Present.
Thank you.
I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available to answer them. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rule of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Do we have a motion for the approval of the October 11th minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I will be abstaining from
No,
those.
not that one.
Is that the
I'm doing just the 11th.
Oh.
So you can
move
make
to
that.
approve the minutes of the 11th meeting?
We have a motion for approval of the October 11th meetings. Please vote. Post. And motion carries. And do we have a motion for October 25th?
In regards to the minutes of October 25th, I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented.
We have a motion for approval of the October 25th, and would you show myself and Commissioner Goins abstaining? Thank you. Post. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. And that motion carries. Thank you. Any items for the Planning Commission staff or applications wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Commissioner Dunham, is the applicant here for item 34? No? 34? Going once? Okay. Then can we add 34 to be held until the first January meeting also? Okay. And staff, for your report?
Item number 6, tentative map 21996. I request this item be stricken to be agendaed at a later time. Items 18 through 20, general plan amendment 24210, ZON 24209, and SDR 24211. Applicant requests this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Items 24 through 28, GPA 24489, ZON 24491, VAR 25139, SUP 24884, SDR 24490. Request this item be stricken in order to be agendaed at a later time. Items 29 and 30, which are VAR 23547, SDR 23545. I'm sorry, those items are just revised plans. Items 31 and 33 and 32, VAR 24532, VAR 24872, and SDR 24531. Applicant requests those items be held to the January 10th Planning Commission meeting. Items 46 through 48, which are SUP 23586, SUP 23594, and SUP 23603. Applicant requests those items be held to the January 24th Planning Commission meeting. And we are now adding item number 34, which is SUP 24305, and request for that item to be held in abeyance till January 10th.
So the January 1st meeting? 10th?
January 10th.
Yeah.
January 10th, yes.
Okay, and then we're also going to pull item number 8 off of the consent?
At the time we got there, we have a couple items on the consent agenda that have to be moved on the agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Just clarification on items 31, 32, and 33. Are those being tabled, or is that stricken?
Held in abeyance till January 10th.
Okay. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on any of those items? And I'll attempt to read item number 6, item number 18, 19, 20, item 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 48. If you want to speak on any of those. Yes, sir. Which item did you?
27.
27, okay. Okay, one second. Is there anyone else? Okay, then we can get a motion. No, we're going to, I just got to get a motion first. So we can get a motion for the rest of them?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the abeyance withdrawal request items as read into the record.
Thank you. We have a motion to obey the items. Please
Mr.
vote.
Chairman?
Yes,
I mean, if you're going to take comment on 27, we shouldn't act on it first.
we're not.
Oh, okay.
We pulled 24 through 28 will be pulled off this motion.
Okay.
Okay? Please vote. Post. And motion carries. Okay. Come on down. What was your question? I know that was being tabled.
No, it's just item 27. They're asking for a variance to go from the 35 feet to the 41 foot, and I just want to be on record stating that, because I know that's being tabled, so I don't want to go into a whole...
Okay, well, by tabling it, what amounts is when they table it, then they have to renotice you and all of that. They
I
can't
just wasn't sure if they were just trying to, if it was prejudice or not.
Well, I don't know, but the theory on table is better because then they have to send you all the notices and everything again and start.
Okay, I just want to go on the record, they'll send us the...
They'll let you know again when they, if or when they bring it back, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put your name and address on the record?
Yes.
My name is Michael Ramirez. I reside at 3311 West Coran. I'm 2 blocks east of the property proposed.
Okay, and you're against it?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Did you wish to talk on,
I'm Karina Wells, 300 South 4th Street, Ballard's Bar, Andrews at Ingersoll. I just want to let you know that we are tabling the items to redesign the project.
on 24?
All the items, 24 through 28.
Right, okay. I don't know if the gentleman heard that, but they're tabling it because they're going to redesign the project.
And if anyone has any questions, they're more than welcome to call our office.
Wherever he went, because I don't have my glasses on.
Is it possible after this meeting you can meet with that group of people right there and they can get your information? Thank you.
Certainly, yes.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Your name and
My name
address?
is Daniel Torres, 3311 West Coran Lane also.
Okay.
And my concern is to a 3-story, if it was, and I don't know the answers, and maybe she has it, is
Yeah.
it the density and what was going to be put there because of the thoroughfare that goes
Okay.
in front of our residents
They're
and
leaving.
the traffic.
Catch her and give her your number, and then, yeah. She said they're going to redesign the project, so hopefully we'll get it better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion
If I
then?
may, Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt for just 1 second. There was some confusion on 24 through 28. The request that in writing is to table. Staff is requesting that that be stricken. Either action requires renoticing, but there is no concern that it would require commission action to take it off the table, and that's why staff is requesting that it be stricken. The applicant can then come in and ask to have it brought forward at a later date, and it would be noticed.
Is that okay with you? Okay. Would you say that on the... They don't believe me.
No problem. Yes, we understand that. We've been working closely with planning, so...
Thank you. So it's acceptable that it's stricken instead of tabled?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you said tabled.
No, she was saying that they were staff was requesting to
The difference is it's the same, there's no difference. It's the same action. The applicant can ask to have it brought back. When you've redesigned the project will be renoticed, but by striking it, it does not require an action of the Planning Commission to put it back on the agenda.
I was talking with Mr. Summerfield earlier today, and we were going to hold it to the 20th meeting, and then they suggest that we table it. I don't feel comfortable striking it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. to table and to strike is the same for all intents and purposes. A strike is easier for the applicant because the applicant can come back and ask that it be put on the agenda. If we do it the other way, then this body, what the planning director is telling you is this body will have to vote to get it untabled, to get it off the table in order to get it back on an agenda. So, in essence, it saves at least 2 weeks' time to get it back before this body. So, if the applicant would like to go through the extra effort of having it noticed for you to hear the motion to take it off the table, I suppose we can do that. We're trying to make it easier for the applicant. But it's at your discretion. You may strike this item if you so choose.
So what they're saying is the strike is what we used to do as a table.
Okay, I understand that, but the last we spoke with our client, he understood it's going to be tabled, and he's not here tonight, and I don't feel comfortable striking it versus tabling. I understand the difference, but...
But I'm hearing, is that a motion, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman?
Well, the attorney has something to say.
Well, the other option, Mr. Chairman, is that you can just withdraw the thing. We'll just have it withdrawn without prejudice, and then there's no doubt that it'll be renoticed because they can come back and reapply. Which would be worse for the applicant.
Is there any difference in fees to the applicant by the method we're handling tonight? No difference?
If we do withdraw it, they would have to pay the fees.
That's correct.
Yes.
A withdrawal.
Okay. They've asked for it to be tabled. I move that items 24 through 28 be tabled. And that's what they wish. And they know the consequences.
Okay.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, but I'm hearing from our side that it's better if we strike it.
He's saying her client is not here so that he can say that's okay. So
He doesn't have to be here for us to say okay. Okay, we have
You can hear it and turn it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That costs some time, but...
Yeah, we have a motion for...
Well, in the spirit of Christmas, let's give them the gift that they wish.
Ho, ho, ho. Okay, we have a motion to table 20, can we do it as one, Jim? 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. You win.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just say you can't say we're all Scrooge up here. We gave you what you wanted. Okay. Be careful what you ask for.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We did that. Hearing none. Commissioner. Okay, we're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is item 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Item 6 has been tabled, and item 8, I believe, is being pulled off.
Correct. We also need to trail item number 9 to follow item number 43. 43 is a variance that is required prior to, otherwise the tentative map cannot be acted upon.
So we will be looking for a motion on item number 7, item number 10 on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve items 7 and 10 on the consent agenda, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval of items 7 and 10. Please vote. Post. And motion carries.
And those both go forward to council in ordinance form.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8, TMP 25055, Decatur and Tropical. Applicant, the Equity Group, owner Decatur III LLC, et al., for a one-lot commercial subdivision at the northwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Tropical Parkway. Staff?
This item is ordered. Public Works does have a change to one of the conditions.
Public Works?
Thank you. Gina Benglass with Public Works. We request a minor revision to condition number 7 of this item. I will read this into the record right now. The final map for this site shall dedicate the additional right-of-way necessary for a total 55-foot half-street width along Decatur Boulevard for continuous dual left turn lanes. Dedications may be reduced by 5 feet in those locations where sidewalk is proposed to lie outside of the right-of-way. However, appropriate pedestrian walkway easement shall be granted on this map for all public sidewalks located outside of public street right-of-way. This map shall also dedicate an additional 10 feet of right-of-way for a right turn lane at the northernmost driveway entrance into this site that provides 105 feet of storage and a 60-foot taper for the reverse curve, and an additional 10 feet of right-of-way in accordance with standard drawing 234.3 for a bus turnout/turn lane at Rice Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this a public hearing? Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Public hearing, anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Hi, David Potter, Southwest Engineering, 3610 North Rancho. We concur with the conditions of staff.
And you're the applicant or their representative?
Applicant,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Just one question and clarification. The text reads, one lot commercial subdivision on 36.43 acres. Am I construing that correctly? Is that a one lot of 36.43 acres in size? The obvious question is what's going to go on it?
Any idea what's going on it? It's not.
I bet you. We've gone through the site design review process, and which has previously been approved. It's a shopping center. Target is its hub.
Okay.
Well, I would concur with your recommendation of the prior approval. Just a good idea to let people know in the text of the agenda precisely what it is you're talking about. I can't imagine a building that large, but maybe Target or some other company can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. Is the main entrance of this, is it going to be on Decatur or is it going to be on Tropical? Somebody tell me that.
There are 3 entrances to this project, 2 on Decatur, 1 on Tropical. One of them on Rice will be a signalized entrance and exit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and ask the commissioners for their motion or questions.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve item 8, TMP 25055, with the amendment to condition 7, read in by Public Works, subject to all staff's recommendation and condition.
We have a motion for approval of item 8. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the motion to approve, the one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an applicant or a member of the public for a member of the planning or a member of the planning commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. I currently show item number 12 is being pulled. Is there any others that... Okay.
Which item was being pulled?
Number 12.
Can we pull item 15 as well?
Okay, item 15. So we have 12 and 15. Anyone else? Uh-oh.
My name is Tom Jones, 4145 West Tico. I'm representing 15 for the Springs Preserve. You said you were going to pull that off?
Only off the one motion, one vote, then it'll be heard in just a second.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they've got questions or comments. It's not bad or good. It's being pulled off. Okay, then we have item number 11, SDR 21245, applicant owner Clark County, for a proposed 67-space parking lot at 225 East Bridger Avenue. Item 13, SUP 25017, applicant Fab Friday, LLC, owner PKKL LLC for an automobile maintenance auto repair garage minor facility at 7155 Grand Montesino Parkway. Item 14, SUP 25032, applicant Super Azteca, owner 3140 Valley View LLC for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale at an existing general store at 3140 South Valley View, Suite 3. Item number 16, VAC 24783, applicant owner Centennial Hills Center LLC, petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public sewer easement extending approximately 711 feet west of Grand Montecito Parkway, 1250 foot south of Centennial Parkway. And item 17, VAC 24901, applicant Lucia Engineering, owner Derek and Jan Hudson, 1998 Living Trust, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located west of Cimarron Road, north of El Parque Avenue. Okay, these are a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Oh, I was trying to be quick. I didn't have my glasses, so I couldn't see him.
Static Electricity, Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Regarding item 11, what is currently located on the site, the subject site?
I believe it's a vacant lot. Is it, or Commissioner
Is that on
Steinman?
the south side of Bridger?
Staff? Commissioner Steinman? It's a vacant lot on 11, where they're putting the parking lot?
Number 11?
I just know you go by them all. I think it was a park, huh?
Yeah, it's
a vacant lot.
It's the Bridger building, actually. It hasn't been demolished yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, there is a building there.
Correct, it's the Bridger building. The
Right, so
applicant is
the-
proposing to demolish the building and build a parking lot.
And the current owner then would be who?
Clark County, Nevada.
Still,
You. Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion on 11, 13, 14, 16, and 17.
Mr. Chairman, move for approval of items 11, 13, 14, 16, and 17, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
We have a motion for approval. Please vote. Post. And motion carries.
All those matters go forward to City Council on January 9th.
Now we'll go back to item number 12, VAR 25064, applicant owner Lily B. Guerrero to create 4 56-foot wide lots or 65-foot wide lots are the minimum required adjacent to the east side of Pecos Street, approximately 125 feet south of Sunrise Avenue. Staff?
Staff finds that the variance stems from the ratio of the property depth to the property width, which indicates that it is not a self-imposed hardship and is recommending approval. This item was pulled from the one motion, one vote, as the applicant did not return an agreement that they're in conformance, that they agree to the conditions of approval.
Is the applicant here? Okay. Then we wish to hold it.
Mr. Chairman, while I generally dislike when applicants don't take the time to come down here, this was on the consent agenda, and this is a matter that staff is recommending, and I'd make a motion that we approve this.
Okay, my only question to the city attorney would be, since they haven't agreed to the conditions, is it okay? Oh, it's okay? Okay. We have a motion for approval then of number 12, subject to all staff conditions. Please vote.
Before I vote, I would just like to, through you, Mr. Chairman, encourage the applicant to please come down here, because I think this creates a hardship in the event that there is some aspect of the if approved conditions that they don't agree with. And I don't think it's that unreasonable to require the applicant to send a letter saying, we agree with all the conditions. So I will vote for this, and I will vote in the affirmative, but I would like the applicants to know that in the future I may not. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Goes forward to council on January 9th.
Thank you. And item 15, MSP 24914, applicant Springs Preserve, owner Las Vegas Valley Water District, major modification to an approved master plan, sign plan, MSP 18047, for an additional wall sign at 351 Valley View Boulevard. Staff?
Staff finds that the proposed signage will not be a negative impact to the surrounding area and is recommending approval.
Thank you. This is a public, applicant, did you wish to make any comments?
No, sir, I could
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. As I recall, this original sign was the subject of extensive discussion. Not too much controversy, but it was lengthy regarding the nature of the sign. And the text here makes reference to the term major modification. What is major about it? What are the specific details about the modification? And how does that alter the sign from its initial condition? So the public knows what you're talking about.
Mr. Rankin, would you like to take that?
Sure. Any amendment to an approved sign plan that increases the size or number of signs by more than 10% is considered a major amendment and therefore requires Planning Commission review and approval to proceed.
So it has nothing to do with the verbiage context or the graphic content on the sign itself. Thank you very much.
We don't control that.
Yeah, I recommend approval too.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, by way of one disclosure, I do manage property adjacent to the Springs Preserve, but I will vote on this item because I don't believe there's any economic involvement or impact either way. But the Springs Preserve is probably one of the most incredible projects that we've developed in Clark County and southern Nevada. And it's taken us almost 15 years to finish the 95 freeway. And the walls that were built along the Springs Preserve there, the straw bale walls with their painted mural boxes, have kind of been a fairly nice, subdued form of community art and show well. My concern is we have other signs going along the 95. If we allow a lighted project sign at this level, in this context, along 95, we've had other apartment projects come in and ask these requests in the past, and we've turned them down. We've had myriad of types of different signs. I think the Springs Preserve stands out on its own merits, and having an illuminated sign along the freeway there is another road distraction and is a precedent. I'm just concerned that we will see future signs. There's a small restaurant within the Springs Preserve. Are we going to now see them want to put a illuminated sign along the fencing there? I could see this looking like the old Burma Shave signs of the late 30s. So I will not support this sign. Thank you.
Thank you. And looking at the notification area, it looks like my house is where the line runs through, so I'm going to abstain on this and turn it over to Commissioner Goins. Thought I was outside.
Any more comments or questions by the commissioners?
Yes, if I could.
Yeah. Commissioner Trowbridge?
I'm going to have to jump in there and agree with Commissioner Truesdale. I think that the Springs is an absolutely marvelous project, and its presence stands on its own. It doesn't need any highway signage to advertise it. If the preserve feels it needs additional signage, I'd suggest they think along Valley View. I'd support it there, but not on 95, because it would be precedent setting. It'd be tough to say, well, we did it for a governmental agency, but you won't do it for my apartment house. It's not fair. I don't think we can be consistent and let this go through. So I'm going to be voting in opposition also.
Anybody else like to speak on the item?
I would,
Commissioner Evans?
I would, yes, thank you. I would echo the comments. I only can see the rendering that we have on our screen and the little one in the backup. And it indicates, maybe you can help me with the dimensions. My eyes are starting to fail me, so Yeah, the individual letters, actually, what we did on that, I worked with the city, and we actually squared it off. The sign, the letters themselves are not that, that's counting all the gaps in between the letters and everything. Actually, these letters, we're actually going to run these off solar.
No, I mean, the sign itself, is it billboard size, or is it a small?
No. What we did is when we came in for the Springs Preserve's got a problem out there. They cannot get people into that place. And so they came to Corbin Dokes, one of the biggest agencies in this town, to help them out to get some people into that place.
You mean they can't find it, or they can't get in terms of ingress and egress?
No, they need to advertise more, and that's their sound wall that they've put up. They've actually come up with the idea to put these three-dimensional animals, which we have already obtained building permits for the three-dimensional animals. They made us break it down to get a use permit for the backlit letters. Now, on these letters, they're going to be 5 foot tall, and roughly about 2.5 to 3 feet wide. If you squared them off, it actually comes out to 5 by 52 feet overall. We are going to light them with LEDs inside and attempt to run these off solar. Okay, because that's what we're trying to do, is be green out there. That's what the whole preserve's about. Now, if we do have to run with regular power, we can actually dim these down to a point so they're just bright enough so we can see them. We understand the neighbors. I think we're 600 and some feet away from our zone. And I've worked with the state already to get permits to get on the right-of-way there. And the state does not have a problem with them being backlit letters.
I guess my issue, I was there the other night, and I think all of us on this commission, and certainly the city council, the community is very, very proud of the Springs. And
right.
I mean, I would echo Commissioner Truesdale's thoughts. It's probably the greatest single building structures, series of structures that we've ever created. And I'm looking at the sign, and I don't see that same level of excellence in what I'm seeing on the small rendering that I have. And I guess my question is, you had great architects, you had a great design team. As you said, they try to be as green as possible in their building. Have you worked with all of those entities to make sure that the sign is somewhat consistent with the rest of the design of the Springs and making it look indigenous and not like, just another sign? And as a quasi-governmental agency funded by, in large part our water revenues, I'm assuming, I think we owe it to the community to have a standard of excellence far and above our typical signage. And from what I'm seeing here, I'm not seeing the same level of excellence that I have in the rest of the building of the Springs. So I guess my question to you is, have you worked with some of the design team that built the Springs and the architects and the designers in trying to find something that is consistent with the design?
Corbin Dokes, the agency, the Springs Preserve approved this artwork. They approved the three-dimensional animals, and they approved the lettering on it.
When you say, I'm a little lost. The three-dimensional animals, what we're seeing on our screen are these, they look like, well, I'm not sure what they are.
Well, I don't know.
They're plants that are...
No, I don't know where them plants are coming from.
Where's the three-dimensional animal?
Well, I have the artwork that we submitted to the city, and I don't know what that is right there.
That's what's there.
Yeah, okay. What we did, the city made us break this down. I have a complete artwork here of what it's going to look like.
Okay, but we have to vote on it. We need to see what that complete artwork is.
It's three-dimensional. It's on the second page. We have 2 sheets in here. This sheet's in here.
Can we see what you're...
The second sheet is the behind. You have the one sheet that's on the screen, and then the second sheet that's in here. If you look at the top, you'll see the animals that he's speaking of. It says mounting of three-dimensional animals. It's on the second sheet you've got.
While we're looking at that, just a quick suggestion. If you're looking to get people into your facility, reducing your entrance fees might help a bunch. Because they're outrageous, in my mind. And so reducing those fees for a public or quasi-public or public and privately built project would help immensely.
Well,
So what's the next question?
Well, I see it now, but it still doesn't give me a whole lot of...
What happened was we came into the city, and they made us break this apart, because they took the animals and didn't consider it signage. They let us pull the building permit. We have the building permit. I got a hold of the architect and the engineer on that existing wall, and we got permits from the city for the animals, but what they did, they broke it apart and made us come in for the signage, because they didn't have enough signage square footage on the use permit they got before. So they made us break it apart, and I apologize that you don't have this total artwork, but...
We do.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm saying that I have what I'm showing you
But
here.
What
and it doesn't...
we're trying to get approved right now is just the words themselves, Springs Preserve.
Okay.
We already have the permit for the animals.
But do you understand our concerns? I mean, mine are, the information that I have in my backup doesn't meet the excellence that I think the Springs Preserve has done in its creation. So,
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
that's my
Mr.
thought. Thank you.
Truesdale?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. If the issue is getting people into the Springs Preserve, there's over 6 million people a year go to the Meadows Mall, which is, the entrance is directly across from the Springs Preserve. I think your access issues were, when the Springs opened up, was the freeway was a absolute mess. I mean, nobody wanted to pull off the freeway because they couldn't get back on half the time. The Valley View off-ramp was closed, then the Water District dug up the street. I mean, I call those, somewhat self-imposed hardships. And a sign along that freeway that is going to set a precedent for every other project along there is the wrong answer. And the agency you refer to may be well-intended, and they're paid a fee to do these studies and do this, but 5-foot letters along the freeway? We have enough accidents between cell phones, signs, billboards, dodging the cones. This sign is not going to solve your problem. It's just another sign. And the Springs Preserve deserves better. And I think this is one of the, and I am, whether people believe it, I actually am a proponent of signage. I think in a commercial context, it is incredibly important. But you go by, in New York, you go by the Bronx Zoo, they don't have the freeway lit up saying Bronx Zoo on the side of the freeway wall. You go to San Diego Zoo, they don't have the freeway wall lit up. This is a bad way to start, and it is a bad idea, and you just have to look at the green office building down in downtown. We approved some signs that were well-intended, and now the building's got more signs on than we can imagine. And granted, in the name of green does not mean 5-foot high letters along this wall.
And just to follow that up, and I will curtail my comments, but Commissioner Dunham, without discussing fees, which are not part of our purview, I note that some of the museums and the zoos and things that you mentioned, Commissioner Truesdale, provide for one day a month or one day a week where the public, the local public, are provided free access. And I think that's something that would encourage local people to participate more. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments from the board?
One more.
Commissioner Simon?
I agree with the comments, but I will say this. There probably is a solution to this if you just, consider. I would think the importance of the Springs Preserve in our city, I would think you could go to NDOT and you could get informational signs put up before the exits saying Springs Preserve exit here, and you're going to get a lot more out of that than passing a sign at 70 miles an hour. And also, I believe the wall that's on that freeway next to Springs Preserve is a very nice wall that was done. That sound wall is one of the better-looking sound walls we have anywhere. And to mess it up with this, just for the sake of advertisement, is not the way to do it. I think there's an answer, and I think it's through NDOT.
Mr. Chairman, if
Mr. Evans?
if there's any appetite for the board, is it possible that the applicant or the board would consider obeying this and rethinking in light of some of our comments, or do we want to move forward with a vote?
Well, I think we've discussed it pretty well. I think it's about time to go to a vote.
Up or down?
Somebody make the motion, and we'll see.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion on agenda item number 12, VAR 25064, move for denial.
Motion for denial is on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion has been denied. And I think that shows Commissioner or Chairman Davenport abstaining on that.
Wouldn't it be 15, not 12?
Let me restate my apology.
Do I get another chance? Every one of you beat me up tonight. I thought it was Christmas.
All right, another chance. Let me have another chance. My apologies to everybody. Item number 15, MSP 24914, move for denial. I guess we should re-vote.
We've already voted on that. I think what we're doing is just amending and clarifying the motion. So
Item 15 was denied,
that is correct.
and that denial is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days to the city clerk's office.
Thank you. Thank you. And that will move us to our public hearing items. First public hearing item will be item 21, abeyance GPA 24484, general plan amendment, public hearing. Applicant owner CDPCN LLC, request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from M medium density residential to H high density residential on 6.04 acres at 900 West Monroe, Ward 5 Barlow. Companion item 22, ZON 24787, rezoning related to GPA 24484, public hearing. Applicant owner CDPCN LLC, request from rezoning from R3 medium density residential to R5 apartment on 6.04 acres at 900 West Monroe, Ward 5 Barlow. Item 23, SDR 24788, site development plan review related to GPA 24484 and ZON 24787, public hearing. Applicant owner CDPCN, request for site development plan review to add 4-story 82-unit apartment building to an existing 32 apartment unit complex on 6.04 acres at 900 West Monroe, Ward 5 Barlow. Applicant or staff?
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice Chairman, staff finds that the general plan amendment and zone change are compatible with the surrounding land uses and recommends approval of both. In regards to the site plan review, staff finds that the additional apartment units within a proposed existing apartment complex is compatible with the area and is recommending approval of that request also.
Thank you. Applicant?
Hi, Sharon Bullock, 2009 Alta Drive, representing the owner, and we concur with staff recommendations and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody for or against this item? Please come forward at this time.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Quick question. What is the cross street at 900?
That is Monroe and H Street.
H Street. By recollection, that would be smack dab in the heart of the historic West Side community. Is that correct? In any case, who are the corporate officers of CDPCN LLC? Where is their corporate office headquarters located? What will be the socioeconomic impact of the subject development of redevelopment of the historic West Side community in Ward 5? Anybody?
We will. Let me let the applicant respond. Would you please?
CDPCN, the executive director is Frank Hawkins. We're located at 2009 Alta Drive in Las Vegas. Currently, what's there right now is 100 units that are boarded. It's been a blighted area for quite some time, and we propose to tear it down and build brand-new affordable housing.
Would that be Frank Hawkins of the Oakland Raiders and Las Vegas City Council formerly?
That is correct.
And you said affordable. For who?
For working residents. It will not be Section 8. It is a tax credit project. These will be working families.
Very well. I would strongly recommend you approve the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
No retirees.
It's not senior.
Come on up, ma'am.
My name is Deidre Duran, and I live across the street from this project. At our prelim, I have two items. First, I don't know who your staff is that recommended this approval, first of all, because there's on your field check on your page, I don't know what page it is, but under your field check that they did on 9/18, one of the sentences that has the house along the south side of Monroe are in poor condition. I don't know where they got this information from. There's only 4 houses on that side, and those houses look good. We pay lawn people every 2 weeks to pick up our trash and to cut our yard. Last year, 2006, I spent $900 to get it painted, and I think I have one of the nicest looking houses on that street. So I don't know what staff considers poor condition. So they need to do go out and take pictures and bring them back and show you. So that was my first item. The second thing is, the applicant just said that these will be for working people. When we had our prelim meeting, they said it was for vouchers. So all of a sudden that has changed now to working people. And I don't understand where you're going to find 100 and something units at 850 square feet, 2 bedrooms for working people. They told us it was for vouchers, another Section 8 project, just like the one next door to that Frank Hawkins owns. So now I come to what I'm here for. I'm a lifelong resident of this area in question, and speaking on behalf of the other residents in this area, we oppose the applicant request to go from a medium density to a high density residential. Based on the crime statistics in this area, it will be a disaster in making. I know firsthand what it's like to live in this neighborhood. I was born and raised in this neighborhood, and this is also the 3rd time around for this housing on this site. The first Madison Terrace low-income housing closed after a series of crime and neglect. City rebuilds it. It moves another set of Section 8 residents in it to become Emerald Breeze. Close it again now due to neglect after 15 years. Now you want to try it again. I don't have 15 more years to live in fear. 4 stories are too many. The other projects the owner has do not include a 4-story building. CDPCN brought up to us in a prelim amendment that the construction of a 4-story building would increase our property value. If it was that great, then they should build this building in their own neighborhood. But again, why this neighborhood, the historic West Side? CDPCN say they will control the inside of the complex with parking rules such as but they cannot control the outside. Now it becomes my problem when cars are parked 2-3 deep, partially blocking my driveway, and sometimes blocking my driveway with no regard to the homeowner, while they run the complex and buy drugs. When you bring in the apartment manager attention, they laugh you away and say, see the city, as long as they are not violating their premises. We got the same promises from the city when they refurbished Madison Terrace. Again, lies. Since the close of Emerald Breeze, my night sleep has been very peaceful. No sirens, no helicopters during the night, no boom, 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 boom music playing, and most of all, no gun shootings. I once overheard 2 police cruisers one night in front of the house, and one officer commented that his night shift wasn't so bad since they closed Emerald Breeze Apartments. Crime statistics also show that in the past, Monroe Avenue is a haven for stolen cars. It was so bad one time I had the cell phone number of the Finley car representative to contact. Why should we go through this again? CDPCN show on paper and advertise an 82-unit apartment that does not include the 32 units that are existing buildings and the future proposed buildings. How many units total will it be this time, and the number of occupants in each? Too many, again, lies. The current enrollment at Wendell P. Williams School is well at average. These 82 units plus will now make the school overcrowded, which means, again, non-performance in our schools in low-income areas because of classroom overcrowding. I'm afraid that 4-story units where people rely on elevator use, kids playing in them, little boys or little girls being molested, 4 flights is a long way up, pushing the stop button before help arrives compared to 2 flights. Do you know we have 2 known registered child predators living in the area who have complete access to these children? In fact, this week I got another card, so now there's 3 in this area. I'm afraid of the balconies being that high up so that little child will fall off. When this was presented at the prelim meeting, it was said the balconies will be out of the reach of the child, but if the child happens to climb on the chair and jump off, then that's their problem. I don't understand that. I'm also afraid this will be the start for this great city of Las Vegas of a Chicago disaster version of the Robert Taylor Housing Project. I actually love the way the neighborhood is now. Less stress on the people. People actually come outside and sit for a while. They speak and walk or stop and talk to you. We all comment how peaceful it is. This complex will surround a block that is partially populated. Ivy Lane on 1 block, Cunningham Drive is 2 blocks long, and I Street is 3 blocks, in which 1 block only houses 3 homes, and the remaining blocks have homes on one side of the street and the school on the other. We would like it the way it is and want to keep it like that. 4 stories is too high. No to 4 stories and no to entrances and exits on Monroe. Vote no 7 times in the spirit of Christmas and Kwanzaa.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duran. Is that it? Anybody else like to speak on the item for or against? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I'll let the applicant rebut some of those comments and answer some of the questions that were posed by the neighbors. Particularly, I'd like you to address the issue of parking, the issue of safety and the security of your development, and talk about your entrances and exits out of this development.
Okay. We've been working with the City of Las Vegas for over 2 years. We purchased the Emerald Rees Apartments, and we continue to run them for the past year. We did close it down and board it up because of the problems that the resident was speaking of, and we're not in disagreement of that. So we plan to tear it down. We have to keep 2 of the buildings existing that are already there. That's 32 units. We plan to rehab those to make them like the new building. We put new stucco, new windows, redo the insides. We have 7-day-a-week management that will be there. As far as the access, that was a concern of the residents at the meeting, and we have already spoken to the traffic department, and the access in entrance and exits for this project will be coming in on Monroe. There will be no, coming in on H Street. There will be no access on H Street. On Monroe. There will be no access to the community. The access that is there currently right now will be moved and changed to a crash gate for emergency access only. Both entrance and exits will be coming out on H Street.
So this little entrance, that's just a crash gate?
That entrance is going to be a crash gate. There will be no access to the property because the residents were concerned that the 4 houses that live right there, they were concerned of the lights and the in and out traffic coming from that area. So we have closed that off to appease that situation.
Could I ask, excuse me, Matt, could I ask the folks in the back to refocus that sample you had on the screen? It's kind of blur. Sorry, Ms. Bullock, go ahead.
I have a better one if that works better.
Yeah, can we zoom down on the podium?
There we go. So
thank you very much.
This will be the entrance and exit right here. This will be now a crash gate. So there will be no access along Monroe where the residents live right here.
Thank you.
This project is, this community needs affordable housing. We have already been awarded tax credits on this project, so we have some pretty good time constraints on it. The 4 stories, we're going 4 stories because, as you know, in the city of Las Vegas, land is at a premium. In order to create affordable housing, we have to go up in order for it to pencil and to make it affordable for the residents. The project adjacent is our project also. That is the David J. Hogard Apartments. Those are not voucher apartments, nor will this project be voucher apartments. These are for working families.
So this is truly
These are not
for
vouchers.
rent.
These are for rent apartments.
Okay.
They are not vouchers.
Can I ask you a question? I'm looking at your letter dated November 14th to the city of Las Vegas. About the third paragraph down, it says 32 units of the 100 units, 2 buildings must remain because of federal funding used to purchase the development.
Correct.
We are going to perform an interior gut rehab and exterior facade makeover per our neighborhood meeting with the community to bring the look of the 2 existing buildings in compliance with the interior up to code and to meet the energy efficient requirement. What does that mean that you can't demolish those because of federal funding used?
The city of Las Vegas approached us and asked us to take this project. We did, and we received funding in order to help purchase the land, purchase the property. There were RDA funds with that, and that means that there are time constraints, meaning that it's not 50 years old, so you can't tear it down. So they're requiring us to keep 32 of those units, the 32 that abut Monroe Street. So those are the 2 stories. We're keeping the 2 stories around the exterior. The 4 story is actually going to be way in the back corner, adjacent to the Edmond Town Center.
Yeah. So what are those on Monroe made? Is that brick?
Those are block, yes.
So that block will have to remain that, but
The block will remain.
how are you going to blend it
We're going to
architecturally?
completely, we're going to put some sort of insulation on the exterior. We're going to put a 3-coat stucco. We're going to replace the windows, the doors, the lighting. We're going to put a parapet roof to hide all of the air conditioning, and so we can make it look just like the new building.
Okay.
And then we will, of course, rehab the interior to bring it up to energy efficiency.
What about, one more question, what about the on-site management of the property? And I don't want to hear the dressed up answer. I want to hear after it's built and you and Mr. Hawkins may be on the good boat out in the Bahamas somewhere, who's going to be watching the house?
That is incorrect. We are the management company. Global Property Management will be the managers, and that is also under CDPCN. We are the managers of the adjacent property further down on Monroe, the David J. Hogard. Our management is on site 7 days a week. The David J. Hogard Apartments is 100 units of senior apartments. We haven't had any issues there. Even the resident mentioned that in our meeting, that was a pretty quiet development. Now, that's our development that we manage, so we're coming right next door, so we will manage the whole block.
You have on-site security?
Yes, we do.
24 hours a day?
Not 24 hours a day, but we have on-site, numbers. There is somebody available 24 hours a day. But we are, most management companies throughout the valley, they work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Our offices are open from 8 to 7 p.m. every day.
7 days a week?
7 days a week, we are there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Questions, comments by the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I understand the project. I understand why you would need to keep those 2 buildings. A similar project similar density project was proposed under the similar financing issues down off of Bridger. And it seemed like something would work, and it was not approved by this. I understand West Las Vegas. Why isn't there an opportunity to have affordable home ownership for the residents? I think home ownership would solve a lot of the problems. I mean, I just envision we're going to have penitentiary fencing around the finished product like we have today, and that really is the wrong community. If you brought forward a project that opened onto the street where you interacted with the neighbors, where neighbors get to not just yell at the building across the street and say, well, what's going on over there I don't want. A project that actually can interact with these homeowners in this area, because I was rather surprised. There was just a significant number of homeowners that sent in letters of opposition to this project. And in this regard, I really have to take the homeowners that have made a financial investment over there for many years and have taken care of their homes, they have a pretty good voice. And to just put an apartment solution with sometimes security, because if there isn't, I mean, the project that we've reviewed down off of Bridger had 24-hour security, all kinds of safeguards, and a very nice, significantly high-end project, but same rents, relatively same rents. Based on what you're in this property, and I just think while it's important to do something with this site, the neighbors, the schools, the community as a whole, and we have several church leaders here this evening that I would have hoped would have spoken on this item, because it really does affect the neighborhood and the quality of the neighborhood as it goes forward over there. And I would hope that I would support this if it had a little more of a community feel, where it was up on the street, not just behind fences with parking and an isolated project. It seems it's almost like a warehouse for people, and that concerns me in this area.
Well, we did originally look at home ownership, but unfortunately with the cost of the land, there was no way to make it affordable for homeowners to get in there. I don't believe that the residents would like it to be smack bang. I mean, because when we met, we had the neighborhood meeting. They didn't want it right up. That was why we proposed keeping those two buildings that are there existing right now, because they didn't want it, so close to them.
We look outside this community, and there are phenomenal examples of affordable housing that is incredibly well built, and a delivery where people really feel a sense of pride in connection with their neighborhood. And this does not represent that in my mind.
We have built over 5 projects in this community of affordable housing. We've got the one right next door. We've got Martin Luther King and Lake Mead. We've got Doolittle and Martin Luther King. We've got 11th Street and Stewart. I mean, this is what we do. And as far as our management goes, the fact that we're there and we control who rents in our residence. It's not a Section 8. It's not vouchers. If people don't qualify, if people don't work, they don't rent there. They don't get to live there. So it was, I know that one of the ladies had mentioned that, she thought that all of the residents from, I believe, Buena Vista were all going to be moved in here. That's not going to happen. We keep if a resident gets a little crazy, they don't stay. That's how we keep our properties up. And anybody that has visited any of our properties in that community will agree.
So prior to this, Emerald Breeze was used Section 8 voucher.
Absolutely, it was
completely.
Yes, and I mean when we took it over, it was a Section 8, and we had a hard time getting people out because of the fact that they had that that kind of safety net. So we felt that it would be better for the community to board it up, tear it down, because it couldn't go on the way it was.
Thank you. Any more questions or comment? Just as I was thumbing through the notes, I know Commissioner Truesdale mentioned a lot of opposition, but I do want to note that out of that opposition, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those come right out of the Duran household, so I just wanted to put that on the record as well.
At the neighborhood meeting, we only had approximately 8 people show up.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to follow I believe the recommendation of the staff. Can we pull up the agenda items?
Mr. Evans, that staff recommendation on item 21 is for approval, so would your motion be for approval of item 21?
Yes, it would. I'm just trying to find the...
That would be GPA 24484.
Okay, but we're looking at the 3. So item number 21, my motion would be follow the recommendation of the staff for approval.
Motion on the floor on item 21 for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion has passed. Item 22, ZON 24787.
Once again, following the recommendation of our staff, motion would be for approval.
Motion for approval on item 22. Please cast your votes. That motion has passed for approval.
And, I'm sorry, agenda item number 23, the site development review, following the recommendation of the staff for approval with all conditions.
And that motion has been approved. All of those items will go on to City Council on January the 9th, 2008.
Thank you very much.
Turning it back over to the chairman.
We'll move on to item 29 now, VAR 23547, applicant J. Dapper, owner 2301 East Sahara LLC, to allow 41 parking spaces where 63 spaces are required at 2301 East Sahara Avenue. And yes, sir.
Go ahead.
SDR 23545, applicant J. Dapper, owner 2301 East Sahara LLC, for a proposed 6,170 square foot retail establishment with waivers of perimeter landscaping buffers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the east property line where 8 foot is required, a 5-foot landscaping buffer along the west property line where 8 foot is required, a 4-foot landscaping buffer along the north property line where 8 foot is required, and an 8-foot landscaping buffer along the south property line where 15 foot is required at 2301 East Sahara Avenue. Staff?
Before we do that, Mr. Chairman, I note on this agenda item, I believe this is in my ward, and it's the 2301 Sahara Avenue property. There is a nonprofit group, the Atomic Age Alliance, that I've been involved with. And they have been working, I believe, with Ms. Allen and the architects and the property owner in trying to create a design. I no longer serve in an advisory capacity with that organization, but I am very supportive of what they do. But since I was technically in an advisory capacity, at least from the website, at the time this application came forward, in an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining on this item. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Dapper is a present client of mine, so I will also be abstaining on these 3 items.
Thank you. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, this item was held in abeyance by the Planning Commission in order for the applicant to work on revising the elevations in order to incorporate some architectural features that exist in the current location. The applicant has submitted revised elevations and a revised site plan. The new site plan has decreased in its size by 117 square feet, and the elevations have been reduced in height by 2.3 feet. The application still requires landscape waivers and a parking variance. As such, staff is unable to support the parking variance and find that it's a self-imposed hardship and is recommending denial of the variance and the site plan.
Thank you. Your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Jay Dapper, who is also here with me this evening. If I could just direct your attention to the overhead. Maybe zoom in a little bit. This parcel is outlined here in pink, and it's located on East Sahara, 2301 East Sahara. It's just east of Eastern Avenue, which is located right here. And it's, as I mentioned, this parcel located here in the pink. The site is zoned C1, and we're before you today with a proposal for a retail shopping center on the site. We've held this a few times to work with the Atomic Age Alliance, which is a volunteer organization, a volunteer architectural organization with an interest in mid-century modernism. And we've worked with them quite a bit. As staff mentioned, we've submitted some revised elevations to incorporate some architectural features into the building that were of interest to them. And I'd like to just show you the proposed revised elevations, if we could zoom out a little bit. There were 3 main architectural features that the Atomic Age Alliance had an interest in. The first was the barrel roofing that's on the existing structure located right here in pink. The second was the mesh metal screening located right here. And the third was the floating, and forgive me if I say this wrong, pagado look, which is the architectural style of the building where it looks as if the building's floating. As you can see, if we can zoom out a little bit, on our proposed revised elevations, we have incorporated the barrel roofing into the project here in the center of the site. The applicant has agreed they will look into doing the floating architectural look of the building, although it's not reflected on the site plan particularly. They think that that is doable. And as far as the mesh screening goes, we had a meeting with the Atomic Age Alliance this evening because we've been working diligently with our architects and their architects, and we will definitely look into incorporating possibly some mesh screening between now and City Council, but those discussions were just had tonight. So for purposes of the record, I'm just placing that on the record. But we've come a long way, and they are here this evening. I think it's fair to say they're here in support of the application. I'll let them talk for themselves, but they have been working with us over the last few months as we've held this item on revising the architectural elevations for the building. The overall site plan has not changed all that much from the original proposal. We could just zoom in a little bit. We're proposing a 6,000 square foot retail center, which is very similar to the size of the existing building on the site. There will be 3 tenants located within the building, 2 of which have already signed letters of interest to sign a lease once this is approved and ready. The first is Java Detour, which is located on the corner here, and will have a drive-through location around the back of the property. The second is Heidi's Deli, which is on the corner here, and the third is a retail center that has not yet been leased. We do have a parking variance associated with the application. We believe it's a justified variance for number one. The reason is the parking that was applied for Java Detour and the deli is that of a restaurant parking requirement. And the restaurant parking requirements for a typical restaurant, if it was a Applebee's restaurant, is understandable. But in this instance, because of the tenants that are going to be on the site, we don't believe that much parking is necessary. The Java Detour will have mostly drive-through traffic or people running in quickly in mostly the morning hours for their coffee. The deli site will be primarily a lunch location where you run in and grab a sandwich and leave. It's not much of a sit-down restaurant like your typical restaurant would be. We do have a letter from Locksaw Engineering also supporting our variance and justifying the parking reduction that we've requested that I'll submit for the record. The parking engineer went out and looked at a Java Detour as well as a Heidi's Brooklyn Deli here in the valley that had similar square footage and did an actual parking study on those tenants, and that's how they came up with the parking numbers that are in the study that support our request. Overall, the site plan, as you can see, will have parking along the south portion as well as along the north portion. We'll have landscaping on 3 sides of the development with a slight reduction along the south portion. We have agreed to put some additional landscaping in the right-of-way, the Sahara right-of-way, so we'll only be about a foot short with that additional landscaping. On the west side, we're about 3 feet short. On the east side, there's a cross-access agreement, easement there, and staff is supporting our reduction on the east side. And then we also have landscaping along the north property line as well. Overall, this will be a tremendous improvement and asset to the area. There is not too much new development in this area. There is not too much landscaping and nice new buildings. We've put a lot of effort into preserving some of the architectural features on the existing building and in really presenting a good product to you tonight. So with that said, we'd ask for your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Yeah. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I know with interest the discussion so far has substantially been with regard to aesthetics. And that's a rather subjective topic, meaning that art beauty is in visual opinion oriented. And it surprised me that the applicant went to such measures to try to satisfy somebody's, in some instances, arbitrary opinion. I, for example, might prefer those colors would be aquamarine and mauve as opposed to what they are. But it's okay, because I don't own the property, and whoever owns it and intends to do something with it should be the one who decides what is or is not aesthetic about it. Lots of people from across the street decide they want to pitch in and buy it or pay for part of it. Might be a good idea for them to put their 2 cents in. You've got the balloon-type ceilings, which may or may not be acceptable to most people's sensitivities, and a floating building. All of these are quite remarkable. We're in, I guess, what is this, 2007? Lord knows what it'll be in another 10 or 15 years. The whole building could be levitated, who knows? So really what you're talking about here seems rather arbitrary. But the real question is, what's the reason for all the variances and all the waivers, aside from simply maximizing, or exploiting, I should say, the totality of the available acreage? What's the reason? These commercial venues in here are pretty standard. What, a restaurant, a deli, a coffee shop? I don't see anything that's particularly advanced technically or any other way about that. So what is the reason for the reduction in the parking? Actual reason. Is it simply a case of exploiting the available acreage? And in the absence of a credible response to the question, I can only say, recommend you deny the item. However, being as arbitrary as everybody else, go ahead and approve it and see what happens afterwards, because there's no guarantee that anybody has signed any agreement yet at all. And you've got an applicant that's promising this, that, and the other based upon a contingency that has not been proven. In fact, they may never sign. Who knows? I hope they do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I'd like to thank the applicant for getting together with the Atomic Age Alliance and working things out as best as possible. I am concerned. Could somebody tell me how wide that drive-through lane is to the Java, whatever they call it? It looks to me like it's only 8 foot. Is that? But if it's 10 foot, I could understand it. But it sure looks narrow to me. At any rate, that would be my concern. That that drive-through doesn't look very wide on the south end of the building.
Yeah, ours doesn't have a. Does that one there that's up on the monitor have a measurement? I can't.
Maybe we can hold that question and ask the applicant on rebut.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. However, I do not live in the Arts District. I failed at finger painting. I, strangely enough, concur with the comments by the gentleman who spoke before me, whose name, what was it, McGowan? Yeah, Mr. McGowan, yes. The floating feature, I do appreciate that. I do enjoy that. I am a booster of the Arts District for over 4.5 days, and I approve of everything that the Atomic Age Alliance goes for, except for euthanasia. I recommend approval of this Jim Dandy project. Thank you so much, and have a great night here in downtown Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Josh Guidel, 1200 Franklin Avenue, acting president of the Atomic Age Alliance. We are in absolute full support of the applicants' everything. I mean, it's just been a true pleasure to work with Dapper Development. They have been absolutely gracious to a T. From my personal perspective, I'm not an expert on land use, but having really gotten into these plans, looked at the site, and made several visits to the building, you know, there's no better way to pull off what they're trying to do than the way that they're proposing to you right now. It seems to be a very functional plan. It also seems to be a real boon to that area. I spend quite a bit of time in that area. I live several blocks from there, and I would love to be able to go and visit a Heidi's Deli and a Java Detour, both of which are really, really good additions to our community. So on behalf of myself as a person who's living in that ward, and on behalf of the Atomic Age Alliance, we 1,000% support this.
Thank you.
I like to, as Professor Brookslaw says.
Nate, name and address?
Linden, 1908 Linden Avenue. It's one block off of Nanzo, block east of Bruce.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I have one question. See, I have a kidney problem. And what about handicapped restrooms? And nobody ever mentions it, and you go to a shopping center and you can't find the bathrooms. So, are they going to have accessible handicapped restrooms?
I believe the code requires ADA.
Well, you know,
That's why nobody mentions it, because it's by law.
Like here, you have the men's over here and women's over here, but you don't have it posted. You know, I had a hard time looking for my wife. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Margaret Stratton, address 2620 South Maryland Parkway, and I am the director of Atomic Age Alliance, and I'm speaking on that behalf, as well as being a resident of the area. I am, as the director of Atomic Age Alliance, I'm very impressed with how the developer was willing to come to the table for us, and I concur with Josh Geidel in giving 100% approval from our organization, and as a resident of the community, and I go to the Italian American Club next door, and I look forward to fighting for a parking space for a good coffee house in the area.
Can I ask her a question while she's up there? Would you allow that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
It's very interesting, the architectural makeup of the 50s and 60s as it relates to this building, and the attempt has been there to put the proper defining edge on the roof and so on. But I'd like to ask you about the screening. Here we have a shopping center, which, when you find a shopping center, you usually see glass storefronts, and I'm not sure that screening is going to work in a glass storefront unless you have an idea that you can share with us.
Sure, we actually do have an idea. When we met with the developer this evening, we had a local architect, Stephen Jackson, who is one of our members, and sketched up some ideas, and the developer is willing to work with that. So.
Out of respect for the staff and trying to keep it concise here tonight, with the late developing collaboration, we thought that it would be most appropriate to stick to what we had submitted ahead of time. However, Stephen Jackson, who is a very well thought of and renowned local architect of Wholesome Lofts fame, he was the creative impetus, in fact, behind that wonderful addition to our community. He's the one who convinced the developer that that was possible, and that, I think, is one of the gems that we have downtown now.
Except they took the smell of fresh baked bread away.
We've said the same thing. We're working
they
on
it. They told me they were bringing that back, but okay.
Right. Well, you know, one of the best things, we basically are, we're trying to have a collaborative effort here between the designers that were working with Dapper Development initially and with Mr. Jackson. And it came down to data. We really, as we continue to do case studies on the building, we developed more data, which facilitated Mr. Jackson's additional familiarity with what we were after. And along those lines, he was actually able to preserve the original elevation almost, I would say, to about 90%. And he was actually also able to preserve the original footprint, which was submitted quite some time ago to you. And as you look at the structure, it's interesting that you bring up the screening. In fact, that's why we decided to bring
now I begin to see what he's thinking.
Right. And it was a question of data. We'll have a fully integrated elevation for you next time, but the panels are a lightweight metal, and they're beautiful. They're really a really nice element of the building, which we intend to save. It worked out perfectly that the barrel vault integrated with the existing plans and will be a real complement to the structure. So.
And the developer is willing to work with us on that, but that really is outside of the variances that he needs in order to move forward with this project.
Thank you for answering the question.
But facing that south direction, those screens are going to be a great heat resistant too.
Exactly.
Cutting down the heat.
Absolutely. In fact, the entire redesign is focused around energy conscious, ecological type of movement, which, you know, for us, we've always approached this from the standpoint that preservation is conservation, absolutely. In cases it can be pulled off, it is absolutely conservation, and we're looking in that direction.
Thank you.
And you are to be commended for working with them and getting a proper solution, really.
Thank you.
I believe it.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing.
There's no further discussion. I'm ready for a motion.
I don't know if Ms. Allen wants to respond.
There was a couple of questions that think Mr. Farlow wanted to answer.
The length of that driveway on the width on the west side
The width is 11 feet.
for drive-through, okay?
We will have ADA, meet all of the ADA requirements with respect to the restrooms and access. And as far as the variances go, the site is very narrow and a relatively small site. We're not trying to overbuild it. The building is actually slightly less than what is currently existing on the site. So we believe we've got a good project, and we respectfully request your approval.
And I just want to thank you, too, for working with them, because I remember the last time that it was here, and there was a lot of disagreement, and you agreed to go back, and it seems like you've met everybody's wishes.
They've been great to work with, and we appreciate them working with us.
So is there, Councilman Dunham, is there?
Councilman?
Well, that's what it says on this paperwork. This one paper says Councilman Dunham here. I was just, is there a motion or a question?
Mr. Chairman, seeing no more questions on item 29, VAR 23547, I move for approval subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
We have a motion for approval of 29. Please cast your vote. And post. The motion carries. With Commissioner Evans abstaining.
Yes. Item 30, abeyance SDR 23545, move for approval subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Mr. Chairman, we do have an amendment to the item, and to amend condition number 3 to state all development shall be in conformance with the site plan, landscape plan, and building elevations, date stamp 11/28/07, except as amended by conditions herein.
Thank you. Do you accept those conditions?
We do.
Thank you.
My motion still for approval.
We have a motion for approval of item 30. Please vote. Post. And motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And that goes
Thank
forward
you.
to council on January 9th.
Item 35. Zone ZON 25069, applicant owner Solterra Holdings Nevada LLC, from CM Commercial Industrial to C2 General Commercial, adjacent to the east side of First Street between Hoover Avenue and Gass Avenue. SUP 25070 for a proposed mixed-use development, and SDR 25072, applicant owner Solterra Holdings Nevada LLC, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 14-story mixed-use development including 500 square foot of commercial space and 130 residential condominium units. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area, and the proposed development is in keeping with the objective and goals of the Downtown Centennial Plan, and is recommending approval of all items.
Thank you. Applicant?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you very much for hearing us this evening. Doug Lean, 5520 South Fort Apache Road, Las Vegas, representing the applicant Solterra Development. With me this evening, I have Mr. Mike Boza, Senior Vice President of Development for Solterra out of Vancouver, Canada, and Brandon Spriggs, the design architect of record, is also in the audience. We're excited to be here this evening. We feel that we have an excellent project for this area of downtown. We've been working on it for approximately 2 years now through the assemblage, and to this point we've worked extensively with staff, and we fully agree with all staff recommendations on all 3 items on the agenda this evening.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I don't recall, Mr. Chairman, whether you mentioned that you're hearing all 3 items simultaneously.
I read them all.
Oh, you did read them all?
Didn't I?
I don't think so. I think you read them all.
Oh, thought I had a senior moment for a second. Yeah, I did,
Well, it's
didn't
my
I?
turn then. I must be having
Okay.
a senior
Don't scare
moment.
me.
Just a couple of quick comments. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. 1 block from the project.
Absolutely. Tom, we designed it just for your neighborhood.
I was suspecting that. That's the reason I came down.
If that's true, I don't know if I like it then, if it's for Tom.
But if the subject development will impact citywide bus service, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Arts District on First Friday, or at any other time when public mass transit is disrupted on Center Boulevard. I would recommend that you deny the item. But I don't say that with prejudice at all. I'm sure that the applicant and his representative, his experience and expertise, quite enough to understand that an encroachment onto the public right-of-way, any place in the downtown area of the city of Las Vegas these days, and I won't even mention the words Grand Prix, just recommended they relocate it over to Spring Preserve. Solve two problems that way. But the public mass transit, and any one of you members of this commission who may have experience on the RTC in one way or another, and have received awards and recognition for those efforts, very deservedly so, would appreciate the fact that public mass transit downtown stinks in plain English. That's not my words, that's everybody. I just pick up the language as I go along. It is a disaster. So any encroachment required by this project, a crane going halfway across First Street or some kind of street that disrupts public mass transit, particularly as it affects senior retired persons, handicapped, disabled people, as well as all other people, would be public unacceptable in the extreme. And I anticipate that before you act on the item today at this meeting, the applicant will explain to you in detail how they intend to avoid disrupting public mass transit in the genuine best public interest. And absent that explanation, I would still recommend you deny the item. But if the applicant, I anticipate realistically that the applicant probably is prepared to do so, I would recommend you approve the item. And with that, having said that, I would relinquish the rest of my allotted time to the applicant's representative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This is absolutely beautiful. But Margot, I've got a question for you. As all of this high-income stuff comes downtown, which was drawn there by the Arts District, I worry that we're going to price some of the artists out and or drive them out because of the price rise on rents around here. And I just wondered if we have addressed this in the 2020 master plan, if we'd ever dreamed that this was going to happen. I remember when we were drawing up that 2020 master plan, you know, the whole thing was to get money downtown. And now that we're getting it downtown, you know, I don't think that anybody foresaw that it was going to grow this fast or this nice. I guess that's the thing. And again, I worry that the arts drew the people downtown, and now I'm afraid that the high rents are going to drive the artists out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Come on down.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, illustrious board. I wanted to congratulate the new councilman on his ascension to the throne, Councilman Dunham, or one of the many thrones. Seriously speaking, as it were, after the joke didn't work, I go to virtually 85% of the, Lord knows the crosses I carry, I go to 85% of the RTC meetings. In the case of appreciating property, just as in the case of one hotel room equals 5 jobs, they have a formula, they evaluate the property per acre, and they can give you a relatively good and apt and accurate figure of the number of people that will be living on that property on the average based upon the valuation of the acreage, square footage. And as far as the impact of the Arts District, as Mr. McGowan said, it is not precisely in the Arts District. I don't live in that area because I heard Mr. McGowan did. However, moving right along, this project is, from the rendering, the aesthetics, the functionality, they're really not asking for anything that staff hasn't already said you're good on. So I unreservedly and wholeheartedly recommend approval of this project for the greater good of all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask if you want to rebuttal or want our questions.
Just a brief comment on the issue of encroachment. We're fully in compliance with the Downtown Centennial Plan. We've asked for no waivers or changes to that part of the code. And again, we just want to reiterate that we are in full agreement with staff recommendations for approval.
I think what he was referring to is like on Casino Center now, which one is it, the Jewel?
If I may, just from the city's perspective with regard to housing within the downtown area, this project, as are all of them within the Downtown Centennial Plan area, are within the city's redevelopment area, and by state statute, a percentage of the increment based on the increased tax valuation of properties of these new developments comes back to the city and must be put into low and moderate income housing. And therefore, those monies create a fund that has to be used for that purpose. I can't speak to a particular project at this point in time, but that is a requirement and will be something that the city is working on in the future.
But I thought what he was asking was, like the Jewel has marked off part of Casino Center, the street, when they're building, and what his concern was, are they going to close any of the streets for this during construction?
Jeannie can speak to the plans that need to be submitted.
Thank you. Gina Dengles with Public Works. Chairman, I believe in condition number 13, there's some discussion about a construction staging plan that's going to be required to be submitted and reviewed. That probably takes care of his concern.
Yeah, that's what I want to get, is that they do have to submit a plan to us how to do it and make as small a detriment to the traffic flow while they're building downtown as possible. So that is reflected. Commissioner Goins?
Just real quickly, I won't speak on behalf of the RTC, but I do work for Veolia Transportation. We operate the CAT-BUT system. But to give a little, Ms. McGowan, you'll have plenty of access to bus transportation out there. I was just looking at the map. There's approximately 3 routes that run around this area. The Deuce is on Las Vegas Boulevard. If you take the Deuce bus, it looks like from this point you're about 3 to 4 blocks to the east to catch a bus. You can also catch the 206, which travels east and westbound, which would be Charleston, which also intersects right there at Main Street. And also on Main Street, you surely can take the 108, which runs north and south down Main Street. And so there's plenty of access to the bus, even if they have construction going on. So I think you'll have plenty of access. Ms. McGowan, I don't want to get into any dialogue to it. I'm just giving you access to the bus routes.
Yeah,
so there's plenty.
The public hearing right at this point, so we can't take more public hearing. That's good. Thank you.
We'll be glad to hear you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
For about 2 minutes.
Evans?
I would concur with what Mr. Farlow said, although I don't think it has anything specifically to do with this application, but I think we're all sensitive to the fact that we don't want to have an arts district that doesn't have artists, and I think that's a concern of everyone. I've reminded a number of people about a project in Reno, and I know that some of our city staff have visited that. I was there a number of years ago attending classes at the Judicial College, and I happened to be at the opening of the old Riverside Hotel, which was retrofitted and refurbished as essentially an arts colony, a live workspace, where they have artist studios, and the rents are actually based, I believe, on a sliding scale. But it's right on the Truckee River. It's an old historic, I think about a 14-story structure, and it's now fully inhabited by artists, and I believe there's a waiting list. So they have their arts community and place for people to live and work and create their art, but it also has this tremendous economic impact to their downtown. And my hope is that the city continues to move in that direction to ensure at some point in time that we actually have places for those creative people that create the vibe and the little bohemian atmosphere that has raised property rates so tremendously that they actually have a place to live and work. So I'm very supportive of this project in its entirety. So is there any further discussion?
Commissioner Steinman?
That's the question, if I could, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to know is, does your client own this land?
Yes, we started acquiring this property approximately 2 years ago. It took us better part of a year to do the acquisition of all the parcels. We own the entire half a block. We've been, originally was occupied by nine old structures and I believe 57 residents. And over a period of time, we went through and did a relocation of all those tenants, worked with every one of them through Councilman Reese's office and did our best on that direction. Went through and did all the abatements and proper permitting for demolition and fencing, and now we've been into the planning stage.
And can I ask you, in today's market, is there financing available to actually get this project accomplished?
I believe there is.
But it's not been obtained?
Well, until we can get through permitting and entitlement and final pricing, you can never say that you have financing totally in place, because you don't have a hard cost yet in place until you have a final plan. But Salterra, from a historical and maybe just a little background on Salterra development, Salterra is a very established developer in Vancouver, British Columbia. They currently have multiple high-rises under construction, physically pouring concrete in downtown Vancouver right now. They've been around for a long time, and they're not new to this game. They've very methodically been coming into this market. We own additional properties in the downtown area that we've assembled also on 3rd Street. We have an office established and business licenses issued on 3rd Street to our offices there that will be opening as soon as this project starts.
Can I ask you one last question? I'm looking at these nice elevations, and I like them very much, except when I look at the north elevation, which I believe is on gas. Maybe I have it on the wrong street, but the north elevation there on drawing A201, it's just a blank wall. Can you explain what
Absolutely.
I'm seeing?
The reason why that is a blank wall is because a week from now, I'm going to be back here again. This project actually has 2 parts to it, and the way the application was filed, we ended up getting split between this meeting and the next meeting. We will be coming back with the balance of this block with that application. I believe it's items number 30, 31, 32 on your agenda for the next meeting.
Is that parking?
No, it is 2 more buildings and a higher
building.
parking garage. So what you're seeing
Okay,
there
is the attachment.
is the attachment that will be
Okay.
brought in front of you. Now, and then both of these applications will catch back up with themselves at the January 2nd City Council meeting,
Okay.
I believe. So that's why there's a blank wall, but I didn't want to talk about it because it really isn't in front of you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion on agenda item number 35, the zoning. Again, to follow the recommendation of our staff, motion for approval, zoning 25069.
We have a motion for approval of item 35. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. And on agenda item number 36, the SUP 25070. Again, the motion would be for approval, following the recommendation of the staff.
We have a motion for approval on 36. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make one comment. Since we haven't anything down in this area in a long time, I do own property in the downtown area just south of the notice area here. I don't believe it's affected by this, and I will vote on the item.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
And finally, agenda item number 37, the companion item for the site development review. Motion would be to follow the recommendation of the staff for approval with all conditions.
And we have a motion for approval of item 37. Please vote. Post. And that carries.
And then I'll goes forward to council on January 9th.
Thank you.
And you were correct. That's items 31, 32, and 33 on the December agenda.
I'm psychic. Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Evans, thank you very much to the staff for all of your hard work, and we'll see you in a week.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to item number 38. VAR 24820, applicant owner Gil Martinez, to allow an existing carport 8.5 feet from the front property line where 20 feet is the minimum required at 1821 Walnut Avenue. Staff?
Yes, my name is Gil Martinez.
Okay.
I live in a...
He gets to talk next.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
Or he gets mad and hits me.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Steve Swanton, Planning and Development. Staff recommends denial of this item as the hardship is self-imposed, and the carport was originally constructed without permits. Thank you.
Okay, now you get name and address and...
My name is Gil Martinez. I live at 1821 Walnut Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. So I do carport. I don't have I don't have no stucco, no light. I mean, it's only I needed shake for my car, please. And I want to keep it.
And you built it, or it was there when you bought it?
No, I built it.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Wood. Did you know you were supposed to pull permits before you built it?
Yes. So
Right.
I go to the city of Las Vegas and take a permit. You know that I paid $110.
This is before you built it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Professor Brooks. I live at 1908 Linden Avenue, right around the corner from this property. I walk my dogs. There was never a posted permit that he was building a permit, and it's a violation of fire code. You can't build it right up to the street and could start a fire in the neighborhood. It's right on the corner of Walnut and 19th Street. My wife and I both oppose, and Nancy won. Oh, she just had her tooth extracted, so she's in a little agony. So, I virtually, he didn't even go and get a permit, then ask the neighbors if, hey, I'm going to do this, but no, you've got to get permits. And you've got to pay for them. You can't sneak under the table and build something and then say, oh, well, I'm going to go get the permit now.
So, sir, you are against it, correct?
What?
You're against it.
Yes, I'm totally against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so is my wife.
Okay.
That's hearsay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
One moment.
One moment here. If the variance is denied, the applicant did obtain a permit for a new patio cover that does conform to the setbacks. So that's what he had in mind.
So he never originally pulled one?
That's correct.
Yeah, he pulled one for 9 foot, I think, a 9-foot patio cup.
And then he built all the way out.
That's what he did.
But what is confusing to me, it says that on March 8th, a note in our background, since we're going there, code enforcement violation was issued for construction of a carport without permit, but it says this case was resolved on 3/20. In error.
In error.
Okay, but that concerns me in that, did we resolve it and tell him it was okay, even if it was an error?
Code enforcement resolved their item in error. We corrected their item when it came forward to planning for review, and they reopened the case pending action tonight.
But what was code enforcement's resolution, then, I guess is my question.
That information wasn't provided to the planning department.
If I may, it appeared, as in fact Commissioner Steinman had it, that there was a permit obtained, but what was built did not comply to the permit.
Okay.
So when code enforcement checked it out, they said, well, here's a permit, but again, the permit was not for what was built.
Okay, good.
Okay, are we having a discussion at this point?
No,
Okay.
they just asked that, and I wanted to clarify the permits. Mr. McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Pending recommendation, which is a little difficult in this case, I would just draw your attention to the probability that in the closest understanding there's no such thing as an unimportant law. So the permit process has certain requirements that must be met. And also the law mandates that the government perform certain duties correctly, not incorrectly. They must be met also. So I don't know who's on trial here, the applicant or the government or both. But in case of any mistake, nobody's perfect except perhaps the RTC. That proves my point, doesn't it? So I would ask one question, and I hope you have an answer available for the public. How many construction projects take place in the city of Las Vegas? Just take 1 year without the benefit of permit. Anybody know that? Certainly more than one. It isn't just Mr. Martinez. Not just Mr. Martinez, that's for darn sure. So if you don't know what the number is, the final question is, why not? Why don't you know? You're the government. We expect you to be perfect. Start now. Thank you.
That's a
Sir, you've already spoken during the public hearing.
Is it?
No, sir.
You can't speak for your wife. They don't let you. We already got your side. We know where you're at. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. And Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yes, there was a point in time where the code enforcement indicated in error that the matter was resolved. Do we know when that was?
Okay, but that was, the director had said that was, they went out and he had a building permit, but he didn't build to that permit.
I understand that.
Okay, that was March 20th.
Okay, on March 20th it was, and then how long was it before the planning staff caught the error?
Sometime after that. I don't have that building file in front of me. It was subsequent to that.
Would it be safe to say it was a month?
There was a driveway permit on 327. So
where I'm headed with my questioning is that there was a period of time that we could assume that Mr. Martinez was working under the impression, erroneous as it was, he didn't know that the permit had been issued. It had been resolved by the code enforcement guy. So I think that at this stage what we've got is a condition that the structure have to pass inspection. And if it passes inspection, which I would hope would include a paint job to match the house, I think we've got a situation where we've got a citizen that acted in good faith based upon a code enforcement officer's decision that was later reversed.
But I think the code enforcement, from what I heard from the director...
That's exactly the point that we're missing.
No.
The permit was for X.
No,
he built Y. The enforcement officer came out and said, hey, you built Y, but it's resolved.
No. If I may.
Please do.
The application was submitted for a 35 by 9 foot patio. So the applicant comes forward and says, this is what I want to build. Then what was built was something different. There was a complaint filed, and the staff that went out did just merely inspect it as to whether or not a permit was issued. That was not an inspection as to the construction itself. That was not a building code inspection.
Not the question at all.
But that was not a final inspection being given on this project.
I understand that.
And so
I would consider that a review of the permit.
Yeah.
Certainly not. Okay, and the review of the permit was resolved.
Yeah,
erroneously.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I can...
And now we're doing inspection.
Yes. Mr. Lewis?
Maybe I can just simplify this a little bit easier for the commission. What you have, really, is what you need to complete the building permit is an inspection by the building department. That didn't happen. What, Commissioner, you're saying is there might have been a perception on behalf of the applicant here that he was approved? Is that what I'm hearing?
That the permit issue was resolved.
Yes, and the fact of the matter is that's incorrect. It was not resolved.
At what point in time was he notified that I think that there was enough delay between the code enforcement officer going out and saying the matter is resolved in regards to the permit, not even addressing the issue at this stage about inspection of the project. That happens at some point in time. But what Mr. Martinez walked away with at the time the code enforcement officer said it's resolved was that he was okay to go ahead with what he was doing because the permit had been resolved.
But he had already built it.
He already built, but it had been resolved.
Let me,
I know what you're saying.
If I could just jump in here for a moment.
Please.
Because I know that there's confusion, and I'm somewhat confused about the chronology. But I guess the bottom line for me is that is there a public safety issue, and to what extent is anyone aggrieved by it? I'm absolutely crazy about these carport cover things that are erected without any permitting and that go beyond the setbacks, et cetera. But I think the real issue is public safety. And I'm just speculating that there was some communication issues between the neighborhood services, code enforcement people, and you, and your ability to build whatever. When I'm looking at the design or the picture of what you actually built, I'm kind of along the same thinking of Commissioner Trowbridge or one of the other gentlemen earlier who talked about if perhaps it was painted or stuccoed to match the house. I think it's infinitely more attractive than some of these metal-clad prefab shed cover things that are sold from the home improvement stores and these barn companies. As long as there's not a public safety problem, or unless one of the neighbors can convince me, and the gentleman that spoke, he doesn't like it, but I'm not hearing that it affects his property values or anything of that nature. So it obviously has to meet fire code standards and public safety
We can't
standards.
take any more comment.
No, sir.
we can't-
No, sir.
we can't
Do not
do that.
even- thank you.
That's against the rules. Thank you.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. So, in my mind, if it were completed and it's not a public safety issue and it meets all the fire code things, I'm okay with it, with the admonition that I would hope that, these kinds of confusions could be minimized in the future.
I have a couple of questions. This is on a corner lot, and we're talking about a front setback, that it's supposed to be back 20 foot from the front of the property line, and we're only 8.5. This is not a problem, and I realize with the side setback, is it proper there? So that it's far enough off of the side street that, I see nothing in our notes that says it's not.
No, it does meet the side.
So it meets the side setbacks. The only problem is it protrudes out to the front street, which he actually enters from the side street, it looks like here.
He enters from the front street you see
Yeah, but
right
isn't
there.
that the side street where the gate
No,
is?
that's Walnut. That's Walnut right there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, if I may too, if I'm not mistaken, and perhaps one of our staff can help me, when it doesn't meet I thought it was 18 foot, it has to be motorized, is that correct? The idea is that you're not queuing out in the road, you're not waiting out in the road where you go open your gate. Does this is a manual gate, and does it come all the way out to the property line, to the street? I'm looking at the picture here, you see what I'm saying? Or is this just a fence? It looks like it's on wheels.
It's about 3 or 4 feet back from the
It's a
property
it's a
line.
movable gate.
But
Yeah.
it's not automated.
No.
It's
Not
manual.
automated.
And I
Manual.
think the code calls for it to be automated when it's at that, again, I'm speculating, but...
Is there something in the code that says it has to be electrified?
There's nothing in Title 19. I would
Okay.
refer that to Public Works.
There's nothing in Title 18 either.
Okay.
Usually we impose it as a condition of approval. However, on a single-family residence like this, the
Yep.
trips would be so low on a minor street that it would
Yeah.
probably be okay to be manually operated.
Okay.
Mr. Evans was concerned about public safety. If you can take a look at the photo there, that cantilever beam on the end is definitely failing. So from a public safety standpoint, this thing doesn't work.
But wouldn't it have to meet public safety standards before it would actually get a...
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, that's the point here. It doesn't have a permit, it hasn't been
permit.
inspected. And so we don't, our city hasn't gone out and said, yep, this thing meets code, it is safe.
But if we were
it
to...
were approved, it is contingent on, we obviously can't approve something that's not safe. We've done it before, though, where it's contingent on, the conditions of approval are contingent upon meeting all public safety standards.
So if we approved it, it would have to be built or inspected to make sure that the beam is correct and the electrical is correct and those.
Well, most certainly, this variance doesn't exempt the applicant from the building code.
Okay. Commissioner Trowbridge, did you have a motion?
If there's no further discussion.
I want to discuss something.
Okay.
The applicant built this entire structure without a permit. The applicant was cited and went in and got a permit for a patio cover that is less than half the size of this, even knowing that he'd already built this carport. Something is wrong with that type of an approach. And on the top of it, this is the only property in the entire area that has a partial building all the way out to the street nearly. It is very different from anything else in that particular neighborhood. And so I think there's been a violation here, and I think something went wrong when he went in and got a permit for a patio cover when he should have got a permit for an actual garage, a partial garage. So this is not correct the way it was handled.
Thank you for that input, Len. Let me ask a question, because that changes my perception. He was building it with no permits whatsoever, received a citation, came in and said, I was building A, when he'd already built B. Okay, I changed my vote then.
I thought we
He
were
knew
saying that
exactly
he
what he
got
was
the
doing at the time he
permit
misled.
for 10 square feet and built one that was 20.
No, he built the structure as is, and then on March 20th, or March 19th, came in for a different permit for a different structure in order to satisfy the code enforcement officer that he received permits.
Okay. Commissioner?
If we are done beating this,
Okay, I think Commissioner
should I
Trowbridge
make a
is going to
motion that we deny this item?
Yeah, but
Okay.
before you do that,
Go ahead.
Mr. Truesdale, I just wanted to address one concern that I think you can take care of without any permits or anything. Can you possibly grab a trash can and go get that trash up from the side of the street
Okay.
that we see in the photo here? Yeah, that's on the screen right now.
Okay, you're talking about all the trash, right?
Yes, sir.
I believe, all this trash is not mine, believe me, please.
Yeah, but can you-
This is
can you-
not mine. But
can you-
I can clean it up for me right now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Thank you. Based upon the discussion we've had in regards to item number 28, variance 24-820.
That would be 38.
38, I'm sorry. With variance 24-820, I'd make a recommendation to follow staff's recommendation for denial of this request.
We have a motion for denial to follow staff's recommendation on 38. Please vote. Post. Thank you. That motion carries.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay.
And we're going to move on to item number 39, and then we're going to take thank you, a break after that. VAR 24824, applicant owner Decatur Crossing Center LLC, to allow a proposed freestanding sign height of 75 foot where 40 foot is the maximum permitted, and to allow 1,012 square foot where 404 square feet is the maximum permitted at 202 through 290 South Decatur Boulevard. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, staff has determined that this is a self-imposed hardship and is therefore recommending denial.
Thank you. Commissioner Truesdale, did you want to? Oh, because it's across from the middle school. Okay. Okay. Then, is the applicant here?
Good evening. My name is Albert Cohen. I represent Decatur Crossing Center, the owners of this shopping center for the past 10 years. I've read the staff report, and I understand staff's reasoning for recommending denial. But I want to make it, put it on the record first that this variance request was filed with advance support from Councilwoman Tarkanian's office and the Office of Business Development. I'm not here, hopefully, to waste anybody's time. The staff's recommendation for denial is based on their analysis of the code that basically says that that the sign height or the square footage of a sign is dependent upon the frontage on that street. This shopping center has 203 feet of frontage on Decatur and over 1,200 feet of frontage on Meadows. Based on this analysis, which I don't disagree with, they come up with entitling us to 404 square feet of sign area. The analysis does not consider the number of tenants in the center, the size and the acreage of the center, which is 16.8 acres and 220,000 square feet of rentable area. And in fact, applying this analysis would give the Red Lobster next to us a bigger sign, because it does not consider at all what the sign is supposed to serve. The shopping center is located about 235 feet from the freeway. If we were 35 feet closer, we would be entitled to go up to 80 feet.
So you're saying you want a bigger sign for the Red Lobster?
No, Red Lobster is not a part of this center. The exhibit that you have in your package should have clarified that the Red Lobster and the Chevron gas station, neither one of those are part of this center.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to put an exhibit that's actually correct. Can
Okay. Is that it?
This is the layout of the center. If I can get this.
Okay.
Can you give me can you see the picture that's on the screen right now?
Yes, I can.
So your sign is going to be approximately the same height as that light pole, or I don't know how tall that pole is. I'm trying to get some perspective.
Our sign basically will be.
overhead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't know what that light pole is, but it's a lot taller than 40 feet.
Okay.
What we have now is 40 feet.
Do you have a drawing of the sign?
Can we go to the overhead?
Oh, I'm looking at the overhead.
Oh, yeah.
His.
Oh, his overhead.
Right,
Okay.
here's our
Yeah.
overhead. Basically, our frontage is only this area, and that's the 202 feet that the staff calculates, saying you can get 404 square feet. Based on that analysis, the existing sign we have on Decatur is non-conforming, because we can't have 400 feet of sign, 40 foot tall. It's going to be a slim 10-footer going up. How are we going to put Target's name on it? It won't work.
Okay. We're aware of that because the narrowest part of the property is the front of the property, and that's how they based it, even though you have 700 feet on the side.
Actually, we have 1,200, in excess of 1,200 feet. If they were to calculate the 1,200 feet.
Right, but our code doesn't, it relies on the front
Right,
of the...
the code
Yes.
says we just look at
Right.
what you have on the front.
Yeah, we've seen those before. Okay.
Here's what we're planning to do here. The existing sign, also the problem with the existing sign is that we are the only block on Decatur that's the power poles and the phone lines and the electrical lines are still above ground. The sign that we have is blocked. And the center, our center, and I know everybody knows about what's going on with the area, but we've had, every time we want to look for a new tenant, their question is, since you don't have visibility from Decatur, can we get signage on Decatur? And that's why we're here. We're working with a large 18,000 square foot tenant that has requested that we put them on here, but we don't have room. So, and also with the 4 years of basic headaches that we went with the I-95 widening and Decatur closing, we've lost some tenants, and now that the freeway is wider, the taller sign would give us some freeway visibility, which we're looking to get.
Okay.
In the past 10 years, we've remodeled the center twice. Target has expanded in 1999. We are working with Target to further expand their store. They are working on remodeling it. The sign is a beginning of a series of additional changes that we plan to make to the center to make it more economically viable and more competitive with the others around us. Bottom line is that we're proposing to take an old dilapidated sign and put a nice, state-of-the-art, up to the latest code, a more aesthetically pleasing sign that's more in line with the size of the center that it's serving. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Mr. McGowan? Comment? Or are you just holding up the wall? Yeah. If I'd have known that, I wondered what that noise was.
If I'd known any of this. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I don't remember leaving a call, but approve the item, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sounds perfect.
That's his shortest comment tonight.
Wait till later.
Okay. Sir.
Good evening. I'm Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. The gentleman's arguments are completely sound and valid. And I just wanted to add that 95% of the shopping center's revenue is based upon vehicular traffic, and that antiquated narrow sign, vehicular traffic-wise, there's no way you can read 25% of those different listed businesses. I recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and ask the commissioners for comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Truesdale?
This center is almost 20 years old. Target's been there. Are they doing okay business?
They are.
Okay, that's enough. That's the answer I was looking for, because they are. The sign changing was not going to affect Target's success. The center itself, with the buildings clustered up blocking the street, is the reason your inline retail has always failed there. The sign isn't going to change that. Making it taller, I noticed that, Foxy Lady got a bigger sign, Curves got a bigger sign in this design. Those tenants all rely on Target as being the destination at that location. And Big Lots, those power poles that are along the front there, when that was developed, and I assume you acquired it, you didn't develop the center, but the developer, when this came in, basically asked for those poles not to be put underground. So it's a condition that is really a self-created condition of the center. Now, if you truly want to improve the center and improve the vehicular identity, you can improve the sign without just making it bigger, and you can make it a state-of-the-art sign, and you can accomplish the same things. I just don't see how a 75-foot sign is not going to solve all the issues of the world. If you made it 100-foot, you might be able to see it from the freeway, and that might change things, but that's not. We have some cards in opposition from a PR-zoned business that's just north of you there. That has a small monument sign, and theirs is impact-driven. The Mervyn sign across the street is not significantly greater, so I'm not sure what is going to be gained by this variance. I truly agree with staff that it's a self-imposed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would echo Commissioner Truesdale's comments. I think we have to look at the application, the reasoning for the application, and the code, and what the code mandates us to do. I think the burden is on the applicant to show that they meet the conditions for a variance of something unusual. I would agree with you that the power lines are fairly unsightly. That was one of my questions, is when the center was developed or when it is redeveloped, will that be a condition that they put the utilities underground. But that having been said, I drive around the older parts of town most frequently because I don't go to the newer parts of town because I don't like to drive, essentially. And I'm always disappointed at how low we have put the bar in at least the mature parts of Las Vegas in terms of signage. We have sign spam all over the place, and in my opinion, the majority of it is just hideous. I cannot believe that taller signs and more signs translate into substantially increased revenue at the detriment to the public. When I go to other communities, which is not that often anymore, but when I do, I look around and I see all these attractive, pleasant signs. I see them, some of them low lit. I see others where they tend to conform with the architecture of the area. It isn't garish and it isn't cluttered, and yet they all seem to be successful. We have a relatively vibrant economy, and I just can't support this. Our code allows, if I'm not mistaken, I think, 40 feet. And you want 75 feet. You want almost twice as much height. And when I look at the existing sign, I think all we're doing is doubling that. And I hope that you don't take offense to this, and if you do, I can't help it. To me, it feels like we're doubling ugly, and it won't see my support. Thank you.
May I
Just Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yes, you might want to respond to both of us, because it's, I'm going to come at you with a similar observation. Your thought is to put the 75-foot sign in the same location where the 40-foot one is?
Yes.
Okay. Is it going to have the same orientation with the verbiage facing west and east?
North-south. I'm sorry. The sign picture that you have from staff in your file is of the wrong sign.
Well, that helps a lot, doesn't
They
it?
did not.
The one up on the screen is the right sign, because there's the
Yes,
chevron.
this is the one on the screen, but the one in the package was the other sign on Meadows, which is a different sign.
But the one I have is the one on the screen.
That is correct.
One on Decatur.
Which the artwork faces north-south. I'm just trying to clarify the...
Okay, so I'm trying to look at the parcel.
Mr. Chairman, the sign in
Where-
the backup is the sign that is on Decatur Boulevard. That is the sign submitted by the applicant, and it's
Yes.
the backup sign.
That is correct.
That's the one he wants to double?
Yeah.
But the picture of the parking lot with the sign, that's the other sign.
Okay, at least now I know where the sign is to be located and what the orientation is. So it could possibly have some impact on the freeway. I doubt it seriously. What it's going to do is perhaps give you more visibility off Decatur.
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the impact on Decatur. It's someone driving down the freeway. The freeway is at a lower level there.
That is correct.
You can't see that sign if it was 200 foot tall.
Actually, we did a study. We took a boom lift out there, and if the sign goes up to 70 feet, it goes above the Mervyn's building and it becomes visible. We've done the test.
Even in light that the freeway is sunken.
Yes.
Well, I would like to see that one.
We will be more than happy to present
And
you with that.
second point, I think that the sign that's currently there is cluttered and unattractive.
Yes.
And what we're doing here, when we grow it to 75 feet, is just making that same cluttered, unattractive sign 75 feet tall. I don't think you've done anything in terms of marketing that's different than what's there, except make it taller.
Except that we're not adding any additional tenants, so we have a larger square footage to put the same number of tenants who want to be on the pylon sign.
And I would refer to the comments made by Commissioner Evans then about the attractiveness of it. It's the same, just bigger.
And hopefully uncluttered. Is our intent to make the sign readable and
Yeah,
visible?
when you look at the two drawings there in front of you, how is it uncluttered?
Well,
it's identical except it's bigger. Yeah, okay, but that's artistic opinion, and okay. I've said all I had to say.
Mr. Chairman, the tenants that benefit from what you want to do are really Target, Big Lots, and Office Max. they're the ones who get the ride out of this because they go way up in the air. The problem with this center, Mr. Truesdale hit right on it, is that building that's built out to the street that blocks the entire center. And it also blocks your sign. And all you're doing is taking a sign that is already blocked by that building, making it higher, and the lesser tenants are still blocked at the lower level. But Target makes out by going way up in the air. And so it's my belief that most people who live in that area already know who's in that center. The people you're grabbing off of Decatur to go in and go to Batter Beater Cafe is very minimal. This is the neighborhood center. Everybody already knows who's there. So I think Target's the one that's getting the bang out of this whole thing. And I just believe that it's with that building blocking this sign is your biggest problem, and blocking your center. You didn't do that. It was already there when you bought it.
That is correct.
Okay.
It's our intention to make what we have, make it better, but I do want to respond to some of the comments, if I may. If Target makes out with this sign, then that would, under that theory, increase traffic to the center, and therefore it would benefit the remaining number of tenants. So that's a plus. The code exception, section 1918.070.L, clearly says that a variance could be granted if there's a finding that a lot is exceptionally narrow, shallow, or irregularly shaped for the granting of a request. Taking our 17-acre parcel and giving it 203 feet of frontage, and let me remind everyone here, if that frontage was 3 feet less, we would not be entitled to any pylon signage. I mean, that's the bare minimum that the code requires to even have a sign on that street. That, I think, under that code, that a finding could be made that the frontage of this center on Decatur is exceptionally narrow, and therefore the 404 feet maximum sign area allowed based on that frontage is not fair, given what it's supposed to serve. Again, it is our intention to make the sign more readable and visible. And let me say this for the record. The Army recruiting office that's been there since the center was built has a clause in their lease that says if they're not on Decatur pylon, they will terminate their lease. This problem with this property goes back to its beginning. The Pizza Hut, I just renewed Pizza Hut, and they were not willing to go long-term because it was clear that they want Decatur frontage. And what they agreed to do in their 3-year extension is that I have to put them on the pylon because they're in the back. We have 30 rentable spaces here. What you see on the existing pylon sign is 13 tenants. We're not putting everybody up there. It is not my intention to put everybody up there, but it put enough of the uses up there to show the people that are on Decatur. Decatur is where 60,000 cars a day goes, not Meadows. Meadows is 3,000 cars a day. Okay? You can give us 100 signs on Meadows, 2,000 linear feet tall, it won't help. This town has a lot of new residents since 20 years ago. I don't think everybody knows where this center is. I think a larger Target sign, yes, it will be a big bang for Target, and I'd rather try to take a shot at this to make this center better than not take that shot and then face the consequences of what may occur because we can't, satisfy the visibility. Again, everybody who's come forward to lease space here wants to be visible on Decatur, which we cannot offer. So what we can offer, and I hope that the Planning Commission will allow us to offer this, is at least there's signage on Decatur, so someone who drives on Decatur going to and from his or her work can see what's here and hopefully visit. The area, needs to be further enhanced, and we feel that this at least is a shot. If it's a shot in the dark, then it may be, but I'd rather take this shot than not take it at all.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Is there a motion?
I just don't want to see sign Blythe up and down that street, that's all.
But you can condition us for whatever you think we should do to make this sign work.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, and I'm ready to make a motion, but what would make the sign work for me is make it more attractive, not what it is, larger and taller. And all of the arguments that you've made, and I do appreciate them, but I do believe that probably when the owner bought the property, all those issues existed, right? It's not as if the code was changed and, you went in with full, your eyes wide open, right? So.
Things have changed since 10 years ago.
And I'm kind of like Commissioner Evans, but would you consider going back, we always say the Chelsea signs over at the factory outlets, to do something good there with the sign instead of just stretching the one you've got? Would you be willing to go back, as the people did earlier on the building on Sahara, and design this and make a sign that would look decent and come back, or do you want to just go ahead?
I am willing to do that if the commission can give us some ideas of what they believe would make the sign more attractive. We're looking for visibility.
Okay, if I could.
Yes.
I think when I look at the rendering and I see the traffic, you've got 60,000 cars a day traveling north and south. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's north and south on Decatur.
Yes.
30,000 of them don't get a look at your sign until they're almost parallel with the Learning is Fun building, because the Learning and Fun building is so far out by Decatur. And so now your 60 became 30 almost right away. You can't see that sign until you're right on top of it. I think if you would, perhaps consider I don't know if it's legal or not, but a rooftop sign on top of Learning is Fun, or perhaps one on the side of the building where the people coming south from Decatur can see that, would give you a much greater visibility. I also think that the design of I honestly could probably accept a 75-foot sign. It's the aesthetics associated with that sign that I find to be just a repeat of what has been called an ugly sign by one of my colleagues.
Well, we're willing to work with what it takes to make this ugly sign look good. Well, our intention is to have a nice-looking, visible sign. That's all we want, and I don't think that there's disagreement with the commission.
I think you need one with more of a readout on it, as opposed to one that has all the tenants listed there. You need something that's visually pleasing, that could flash the name of each of the businesses as it in a loop or a rotation. And I think by putting it aesthetically correct exterior on the sign, that draws the eyes to look at it as well. It's a nice sign, but I think you're going to have to invest some money in it to get it
Target is not for those flashing neon signs. They are not.
Okay, I don't,
Mr.
Chairman, I don't think, we're not the sign experts. I'm just saying that aesthetically, I think I agree with my fellow commissioners. But I do want to say that although a sign may give you greater visibility, when I make choices about where I go to spend my money, I look at things like, how easy is it to get in and out? How clean is the parking lots? Are there shopping carts scattered all over? Do I feel safe there? Is there landscaping in the parking lot so that when it's 118 degrees out, can I park my car under a shade tree? Are there finger islands there? Is the place filthy and dirty, or is it clean and do I feel safe? I think people should focus more on customer service, cleanliness, access, all the things that make me want to go spend my money. A sign is not the panacea, especially an ugly sign. So my thought is, and I would agree with, I think what Commissioner Goins was saying, I've seen the louvereds where they move back and forth that are kind of interesting. They're attractive. They catch my eye. It's just all the sign spam, and I'm assuming that all of your tenants require that you have their logos on your signage. Unfortunately, when you create a monument, monolith-type sign, it looks like sign spam. And I question whether or not any of them receive any substantial benefit from the signage. I don't know what to tell you in terms of direction. All I can tell you is that this particular sign, as a larger model, won't see my approval. And I don't know, I'm assuming there are experts who know how to do these things, although I'm not convinced of that either, to tell you the truth.
So what was your motion?
Well, I don't have a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman, go ahead, Commissioner.
Not to cut you off, I'm sorry, but there are some experts out here, and obviously they're in the sign industry. And there are several sign companies that do incredible jobs and have been able to bring things forward that are creative and address the community. And they understand the code very well. They understand what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable and what staff can support and can't support. So based on that, I will make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
We have a motion for denial on item 39. Please vote. Post.
Thank you.
And that is final action unless appealed within 10 days to the office of city clerk.
And we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We're going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to move on to item number 40. VAR 25058, applicant owner Timothy O'Rourke et al., to allow a 0-foot yard setback where 10 foot is the minimum required for a proposed contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard at 1700 Western Avenue, and SDR 25057 for a proposed 7,560 square foot contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard with a waiver to allow no landscaping buffer along the north and south property lines with 8 foot, where 8 foot is the minimum required, and to allow a 2-foot landscaping buffer along the west property line where 15 foot is required. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, there's no apparent physical hardship associated with the site that necessitates the setback variance, and therefore staff recommends denial.
Thank you. Applicant? Name and address. And
Tim O'Rourke, 1716 Highland. While we appreciate staff's recommendation, we think a 0 side yard setback is appropriate for this industrial area. Few lots bounded by Oakey and Sahara and I-15 and Industrial Road have a structure not on a 0 lot line. The building to the north of my property was built in 1964, and I don't think it would be sound building practice to introduce water and vegetation next to that exterior masonry wall at this time. I have letters of approval from the owners of the properties on all sides of this property. Can I give that to you? My architect, Doug Purvis, and I met with staff. We were told at that time in a pre-planning meeting that the west side of the property, which abuts Highland, was considered the back, and that we could actually build on the property line if we chose. Traffic review required us to shift the building to the east to allow better vision lines exiting onto Highland. The result would be a landscape buffer on the west side of the property ranging from 6 foot 4 inches to 18 foot 9 inches, and remaining landscape buffer on the east side, which is western, which would be the front, of approximately 35 feet. This plan that I have on this table is the latest that the architect drew per the traffic recommendations. We have landscaping. We have landscaping along the north side of the building, here and here, and then on the east and west sides. I built a very similar project in 1998, and I have photographs.
Has this plan that you've got shown here, has that been submitted to staff? The one that you're showing here?
I don't know. My architect wasn't able to make the meeting tonight.
No, the one we have shows plants and stuff along Highland, not just grass. And this one's showing just grass. That's why I was...
Well, none of it's grass.
No, I'm just saying is the picture depicts what looks like trees and bushes along Highland and the one we have in our book, and the one you have up doesn't depict any of that. I think most of that is normal, but...
Mr. Chairman, it is the same plan.
Yeah, it's just they've added some trees, yeah. That was, see, my concern where you've got those trees and stuff there, and did that change the size of it or something? That's what I was concerned about.
No, the drawing of the bushes and the trees didn't change anything, but
Okay.
he represents, I believe, on this drawing you have like a 2-foot buffer on the back side of the property, and it was indicated to us when we met with planning that we didn't even need landscaping back there. And my point is, we've actually enhanced it to meet the traffic needs, which came up later.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I ask the applicant if you spoke with the neighbors, the surrounding property owners? Do you have concurrence from all of them or some of them?
I just presented staff here with letters from all sides, all completely around the building. Steve Quinn, who was planning commissioner, he gave me a letter approving it.
And his building is next door, right?
His
Or
building is across the street
Across
from
the
me.
street, I mean, yeah.
And that was built less than 2 years ago. And there are 4 buildings, and they're all on 0 lot lines.
Okay.
And Mr. Evans, and the one across the street with Mr. Quinn, that was actually 4 addresses, 1821, 1831, 1841, and 1851, so.
I don't know if you can see these photographs that I have on the table at this time.
Could you zoom in on the table out in the back? Not just the people in the back, asking them to switch to the table. Okay. There they are.
What they represent is an existing building that we built in 1998 across the street on Highland, virtually straight across the street.
And that's the type of landscaping you're proposing?
That is...
Those trees and bushes and stuff, okay.
That is correct.
For this project. Thank you.
Low water, but as you can see, we've got trees around the building. And on the north side of the building, we're planning to have a parking structure, shade structure, like we have in that existing photograph.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. The thing that I'm looking down here, it says 2-foot landscape buffer along the west property line for 15 feet is required. What in the world can you put in 2 feet? That's the whole thing. Is there a desert? I suppose there are some desert shrubs that can go in there, but I'd like to see something in there.
Teddy Russell, resident Las Vegas. Yes.
Thank you. That's why I was, while Mr. McGowan's coming up, that's why I was looking at the drawing that had those plants depicted, and you're saying a 2-foot, looks like you got a 2-foot strip of grass, but then you have a bunch of trees and bushes in there. Or am I looking at that?
No.
Yeah, see there.
Can you see where I'm pointing?
No, if you could.
You probably can't see that. What that represents, we've got a 5-foot sidewalk on Highland, and then the number is 10 foot 4 inches. So we've got at least 5 foot 4 inches of landscape area there now.
Okay, I saw where you were pointing, and then on that drawing, it's got a grayish area, which I was assuming was grass and
area
plants.
represents the same landscaping you see in these photographs.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that doesn't look like 2 foot.
Well, first off, I'm not sure that the 2 foot was ever written properly. between my architect and staff, I'm not sure that that was ever correct.
Okay. Mr. Sir.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. That doesn't look anything like the Hobnob. As a matter of fact, it looks more like Beverly Hills or Bel Air neighborhood. It's quite upscale looking. And for a guy that doesn't meet very often with his architect, he doesn't know a lot about the property anyhow. We hope they communicate one day. In the meantime, I recommend you approve it. As it is, looks beautiful.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and ask the commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Truesdale?
In looking at the buildings over there, the building to the north is at 0 lot line, and other buildings, Mr. Quinn's building across the street, this is a significant increase or improvement to the area, and I would make a motion, if there are no other questions, to support staff's as-if approved conditions.
And I agree. Do we need to, Director, since we had the one here and the other, we don't need to do anything on that landscaping? Okay. Then we have a motion for approval of item 40. Please vote. Post. Please vote. Councilman? Post? I'm going to get in trouble. Thank you. Item number 41.
Mr. Chairman,
SDR.
with regards to item 41, make a motion to approve, subject to staff's as approved conditions.
We have a motion for approval of item 41. Please vote. Post. Motion approved.
And both matters go forward to City Council on January 9th.
Thank you.
We move on to item 42, VAR 25078, applicant owner Daniel Jagers, to allow a proposed 17, is that 17.125 foot high? I just want to make sure I'm reading okay. 17.125 foot high, 1,200 square foot detached accessory structure, Class 2 garage where a 12.5 foot high, 750 square foot accessory structure is allowed at 4080 Helen Avenue. Staff?
Staff finds this to be a self-imposed hardship. An alternative design could be done to meet code and therefore recommends denial.
Thank you. You're the applicant, name and address for the record?
Dan Jaggers, 4080 Helen Avenue, Las Vegas.
Okay.
I have a half-acre lot with a very small house on it, and I need a secure covered garage. I could make the house bigger to satisfy the footprint requirements for the garage, but I don't need a bigger house, I need a garage. The height of the garage is due to the fact that if you have a motorhome, you need a 12.5-foot door to get a motorhome in the garage. Pretty much conforms to the rural neighborhood. There's lots of oversized detached buildings in this neighborhood and meets all the setback requirements. The plans have been approved pending this review.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and ask the commissioners.
What do your neighbors say?
They mailed out 143 flyers, and 2 came back. One was approval and one was denial, and I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that, but what about your immediate neighbors? Did you chat with them?
They have no problem.
And you regularly chat with them?
Yeah.
Good. That's all I need.
And I only have one neighbor. I have an empty lot behind me and an empty lot behind him. So.
Okay. Commissioner Steinman?
What kind of materials are you going to use on this building?
It'll look like the house.
What does that mean? What kind?
Wood framed with stucco and the same roof as the house.
Same roof?
Yeah.
Yeah. In this, I generally don't favor these kind of situations, oversizing what code permits. And in this case, this will become the primary feature of that location because it's the corner dwelling. Now, it's not the house anymore. Usually, we run into these, they're behind the house in a big backyard. But in this case, this becomes really a primary dwelling of that corner. And if it's going to happen at all, it needs to look like that house, or better. It can't be just an RV garage. So I don't know how we make sure that happens. It is basically an empty lot there, so, it does fit. But I just want to make sure that it's properly designed so it doesn't look like a big old RV garage, and that's it. It's got to have some character to it.
Ultimately, the plan is to connect the house to the garage.
Oh, so you do need a bigger house?
I could.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I could ask the staff, could there not be conditions of approval that the facade or the structure itself be in conformance to the building materials of the house, i.e. stucco or something of that nature?
The elevations submitted by the applicant indicate that they are stuccoing the exterior to match the residence, and also that the roof is also compatible with matching. So the plans themselves indicate that he is proposing to build such a structure.
Because, again, my concern is that it doesn't look like you have a tin Quonset hut in a residential area. So.
Yeah, because the house has a lot of character to it. Its design is very interesting. So I would like, and I know you're not going to have all those roof lines on this particular thing, but I'd like you to keep it as close as possible. And I will support it for that case.
Was that a motion?
Someone making a motion?
I'll make a motion on agenda item 42, VAR 25078, move for approval, subject conditions, and making this look like the house.
We have a motion for approval of item 42. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
So you want us to do 43 first and then go back for, okay. Item 43 is VAR 525403, applicant owner Carroll's Court LLC, to allow a retaining wall height of 15 foot where the maximum retaining wall height is 6 foot and on the west property line, and to allow a total height of 23 foot. The maximum total height of retaining and screening walls is 12 foot at the northwest corner of El Capitan and Durango Drive. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the variance is appropriate in this situation as the wall is adjacent to US 95 and must retain a substantial grade change. Therefore, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Claro Perez, 240 East Warm Springs.
Okay.
I just want to add that this wall will not be visible from the highway, and it will also not be visible from El Capitan and Durango. The Lowe's building is actually blocking that visibility. And as the staff says that the terrain, there's a 53-foot drop from the farthest point of the property to the intersection of El Cap and Durango. And we did try to minimize that retaining by raising the site. We do have retaining along El Capitan already. We raised those building 4 feet. And 15 feet is actually the least amount of wall that we can possibly put on there. As you know, walls are expensive, and if there was a way we could minimize that even more, we would do that.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and ask the Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes, if you would, please. What is going on in the north part of the property that borders the homes that are going in there? What's that wall going to look like?
Well, there's a 20-foot pedestrian easement that we are providing there. There's a 10-foot wide sidewalk that runs along the length of that wall, and we're also required to landscape that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Trowbridge?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The finished elevation, when this is done, how is this going to At what elevation will it be compared to the residential elevation to the north, based on this retaining?
The residence along that wall is actually lower than the existing elevation of the property, and they're actually retaining the property.
And you're going to make the property even taller, or higher, you said?
Well, we're actually needed to flatten out that property, so it's actually, in some cases, it'll be the same elevation as the residence in some cases.
But in some cases, it will be almost equal to their back wall, right?
That's correct.
So we're in essence trying to level this side out, and we're creating the same problem for those residences along that north side in some regards as we got into across the street.
I don't understand.
The project across the street, we wound up it getting built up, it's imposing on those residences and creating an...
Well, it's actually not going to be higher. Like I said, the existing ground currently is higher than the elevation of the existing homes.
And you're talking about making it higher than that even?
No, we're actually having to lower it to minimize the retaining along the 95 right-of-way.
Okay. I'd heard that, I just heard you say that you were raising it, so I just wanted to make sure we weren't...
We did raise the finished floor elevation of the building that's fronting El Capitan.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Motion? Commissioner Trowbridge? Oh, I
No
thought
one
I
else
saw you
jumped
pushed
in
the
there.
button.
No. Item number 43, make a recommendation to support staff, to support the request for variance 25403,
9.
subject to all staff conditions.
We have a
And recommendations.
motion for approval of item 43, subject to all staff conditions and recommendations. Please vote. Post, and motion carries.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Okay, hang around. We're going back to item number 9, TMP 25, that's yours too, I believe.
Yes.
25075 Carroll's Court, applicant owner Caroline's Court LLC for a one-lot commercial subdivision at the northwest corner of El Capitan Way and Durango Drive. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the tentative map conforms to the approved site development plan and also conforms to code with the exception of the wall which you just approved, and staff therefore recommends approval.
Thank you. No comment.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Thank you. Could we show that tentative map on the board, please? The reason I asked this, we're running into a deal here. I attend those sustainable building lectures at UNLV, and the orientation of those houses are going to be very, very important in the years to come, because as solar comes online, these the houses need to have a south face in some way, a roof facing south or some way to catch that sun for the solar energy that will be here within, some say 10 years, some say even sooner than that. So when they're putting these, when they're organizing their streets and the orientation of the house, we need more south-facing homes. Thank you.
You realize this is a commercial subdivision?
No, I don't.
It's
I
a
do
commercial
not. Thank
subdivision. Okay.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I think Commissioner Dunham is reading my script. He's taking the wind out of my sail, so to speak. I was going to ask you what the specific intended purpose or use of the property would be. Seems like a very unusual piece of property. What is the use intended?
There's Lowe's Improvement Store is going to be the major tenant on this piece.
Very large store, apparently.
Pretty big.
15,000, 20,000? Yeah.
And how much parking?
Hasn't come forward.
There. In any case, what is the drainage situation? Who's done the geology?
Well, we're currently doing a drainage study at this point.
Currently? Okay. When do you expect it to be done with that current effort?
Well,
before the Acton had them, or sometimes afterwards?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I find it fascinating that you do so much work on so many important topics, and you don't necessarily have all of the information before you act on the item. But that's okay. It apparently is the way you do things in the city of Las Vegas. So I'll accept that. And you're certainly prepared to stand responsible for your decision-making at some future point, should the hand go up in the back of the room. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. McGowan. You understand that there's many steps involved in the process.
Okay.
Mr. McGowan? You indicated that the commissioner had taken all the wind out of your sails. I'd humbly suggest that you have plenty of wind left.
I'm going to close the public hearing, seeing no one else. And I'm assuming you have no comment?
No more comments.
Okay. Any comments from the commission or motion? Commissioners?
On item 9, I move for approval with staff's conditions of approval.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval of item number 9, subject to conditions.
Thank you.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And that is final action.
Thank you. We are now moving on to 44 and 45. WVR 24873, applicant owner Greater Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church. Okay, I'm not going to comment. Waiver of Title 18.12.130 to allow an existing public street to continue to terminate without the required cul-de-sac at 1915 Lexington Street. And item 45, ROC 24875, review of condition number 3 of an approved parcel map, PMP 13988, to remove the requirement for half-street improvements on Doolittle Avenue. We've seen this before.
Yes.
Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the physical characteristics of the site do not warrant the waiver of Title 18 standards nor the deferral of the half-street improvements, so staff recommends denial of both applications.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Dr. Welton T. Smith III, 4112 Aaron Bird, pastor, Great Evergreen Church, 1915 Lexington Street.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commission, we're here to see if we can get the Commission to consider an amendment to the conditions concerning our request for the subdivision of our property. We're here along with Mr. Deacon Grinnell Martin, who shall also speak concerning the text of the specs of the elevation and the concerns you have. But we have in the audience with us members of our executive team, chairmen of our ministries of deacons, trustees, our ministry chairs for finance, for music, for women, for our deaconess. And we're here to petition you on our behalf of helping us to subdivide the property that we own. We own presently a little over 4 acres. 2.5 of those have already been developed that house our building and parking lot. What we're trying to subdivide is the undeveloped property of about 1.5 plus acres. And we're asking that we would please not be forced to develop the cul-de-sac or Doolittle Street at this particular time. Our church has already submitted the reasons why, but there's some other concerns that we'd like for you to consider along with the reasons that you have already received. First of all, concerning the cul-de-sac, the cul-de-sac itself, we're talking about 4 homes, 2 on each side of Abbott Street, which really have little need for that cul-de-sac. Seldom do service vehicles enter or exit that street, and the cost would be a hardship on our church at this particular time. concerning the half street of Doolittle going through from Martin King all the way to Lexington. Currently, it's a normal route right now for children to go to and from school, and we hope that when we develop it, or when it is developed, it will be a safe route and a safe zone for our children. The opening of Doolittle Street will not alleviate traffic congestions. It may cause more traffic problems as well. The concern we have right now is that we may have vehicles turning at difficult times onto Doolittle and from Doolittle to Martin King, causing more problems. Again, the cost is going to be a hardship for us at this particular time. Our church has a long-standing record in the historic West Side community of 50-plus years. Almost 25 years ago, we moved to 1915 Lexington, which we believe to be our permanent site. The land that we purchased 25 years ago, we still own. We have no intention of selling. If anything, we have an intention of acquiring the adjacent lots and parcels next to us, that we might develop our vision for our community, strengthening not only our church but also its mission to serve its constituents as well as the greater Las Vegas community. To do that, we need as much resource and revenue as possible. We like to see the development of a senior village right next door to us, along with our family living center and community support centers. We're not saying that we don't want to see development happen and the conditions met, but the time is everything. And the timing that we're asked now to do this would really be difficult for us. And we're asking that you would consider amending the conditions that would allow us to fulfill our dream of being able to serve our constituents, our community, our church, and the Las Vegas community with a greater potential of help in reaching those who need our services. Again, we've been here. We're not going anywhere. And I'm the new pastor there. I've been here almost 20 months. And our vision is solid. I think that our church is standing behind us to do that. And the representatives are right here with us in the heads of our ministries. So we would that you would please consider those conditions and consider the amendments that only you can make to help us to go forward. Deacon Renell Martin, who is heading this project for us, and this is phase one, which is the subdividing of the land. Subdividing of the land is to help us to use the leverage of our undeveloped property and to separate it from our developed property, that it might be utilized to help finance an off-site project, thus strengthening our credit portfolio and our financial picture to see that vision come to pass of not just having the property we do have, but to gaining that which is next door to us to really create a really nice situation for the west side of Las Vegas and Las Vegas in its entirety. It's in your hands, sir.
Grinnell Martin, 3673 South Sand Hill Road. I think the pastor has clearly stated our position on there and would really like for the council to go forward with it.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I just arrived in Las Vegas about in 1954, and I was blessed with the opportunity to attend the world premiere grand opening of a place called the Moulin Rouge, which for the 5 months that it was open, proved beyond doubt that people who are open-minded and self-disciplined can indeed succeed on a world-class scale. I think the people of the West Side today, particularly those who live in and are active in the historic West Side community, which is what this location is, have more than earned the right to ask more aggressively than they might be inclined to do for your consideration and latitude. I'm sure there are many, many matters that come before this commission and before the city council where there is latitude granted, sometimes without being asked. And if anybody deserves it, it's the people of the West Side. They have earned it, and then some. And as the pastor so eloquently put it, they don't intend to leave. They're not leaving. Even though there are people waiting to grab those properties, because it's some of the best property left in this southern Nevada region, as we all know. There's no floods, very little caliche, hardly anything to tear down if you want to redevelop. So my recommendation very strongly is examine your hearts and your minds and your rule books. Find out what latitude there is to work with, and if at all possible, give it freely, in good conscience, and make a strong recommendation to the City Council that they do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd Farlock, 240 North 19th Street. I'm trying to remember this. It seems to me that when it was here before, they needed to subsidize or subdivide the property because they didn't have the money to do the streets, curbs, and gutters the time before. Is that correct? But they state that they will at a later time when they develop it. Is that what I'm?
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, I have no problem.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board. Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas, very familiar with this area. I have caught the vision of this congregation, and the good doctor's explanation is entirely reasonable, viable, wise, efficient, and effective. I would recommend with all my heart, and it's my privilege and honor, approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing and ask the commissioners. Commissioner Steinman?
I remember this before, and I've been out there to look at this, and the requirement that Abbott Street be made a cul-de-sac, if my recollection's correct, this Abbott Street's been there, and those houses have been there for 20 years?
Yes, more than that.
They were built in the mid-'70s.
Where does this come about? All of a sudden that now we put a cul-de-sac on something that's existed for 20 years? Just so I understand. Hi, Gina.
Hi. Thank you, Chairman. Through you. Certainly the code has changed over the years since the time this development was put into place 40-plus years ago. However, when applications come before us now, we look at the code today, and today it requires cul-de-sac terminations for public streets.
So because they want to build or develop the property behind the church. Subdivide it. Yes.
More accurate.
Subdivide it. We now go and take an area that's not even a part of the church property, is the way I understand it, and we say, now we've got to pull a cul-de-sac in, and that's going to take part of the church property. That's what I'm reading?
Yes, that's true. That is how it pans out.
40 years go by, and that one I don't understand, that we have to do it. I understand the code now, but I do believe you have to make reference to what occurred back in the day it was built, and it has survived for 40 years without major safety issues or anything like that. And I noticed in the report there it says that, well, there was a lot of cars parked there, and they were parked in driveways and on the street. And I understand that, but I am having trouble with that one. The other one I want to find out about, and that is they now want to have a condition removed. Is that what I'm reading here?
That is correct. It was placed on the parcel map application.
Okay. Which, if they ever want to improve those two splits, either one of those splits, they have to have access, so they're going to have to put in a street. Is that correct? Or do they want to access across the church property?
I think what the intent is with the parcel map is to split the parcel into two parcels, so then they can, eventually, if they would like, they could sell off the other parcel. When that other parcel would come in for development, that is fronting MLK, they would get the requirement to build Doolittle. Now,
we're
we
not
would still
saying
have
that.
the church property there that didn't do the half-street improvements with the parcel map. So there would be no hammer to get those improvements until such time as the church comes in to expand their church or do further development, which is why the code is written the way it is, that with subdivisions, we require the half-street improvements be put in place.
So you want the half-street improvements put in next to the church only at this time? Or
No.
all the way down?
All the way down, the full length of the legal parcel
Okay.
as it is today.
Can you tell me why that cannot be delayed until they develop one of those two parcels?
As I explained, certainly our code is firm on this, that when you subdivide the property, we get all street dedications and all half-street improvements prior to that subdivision occurring, because we lose the ability to get those in the future. It could be 10 years, 30
Okay.
years, or whatnot. So certainly, Planning Commission, governing body, you have the ability to look at other factors than staff does. We have to look at the code as
I
it's
understand.
written and recommend denial.
And that's what I wanted you to understand. Now, the south side of Doolittle, away from them, how will that ever get improved?
Right now, there are 4 undeveloped parcels, I believe, and 1 developed parcel.
Okay, five total.
So whenever they come before the city to do any development, they will get the requirement to build the portion abutting their parcel.
Okay. Is there any way you can do it this way, that if that side of the street has to be improved, and they are not ready to develop their parcels, could you require the entire street to be put in at that time, even though they're not ready to develop their parcels, but the other side is? I mean, I just think with what's out there, it's why you put in that half street now makes no sense to me. It's not a viable passageway.
Commissioner, if I might elaborate on that a little bit, even by the pastor's own admission, they have children that are walking along Doolittle, and they also have vehicular traffic along Doolittle, and those typically don't mix, especially on an unpaved road. This is paramount that we get those improvements done on Doolittle for vehicular safety and pedestrian safety, because they're mixing right now by the pastor's own admission. We need to have those improvements done.
Chairman Donovan, I don't think cars are using that desert part of Doolittle at this point, coming up and down to get to Martin Luther King. However, you may have some kids that cut through that church parking lot to get up to Martin Luther King, to cross over to Mount Moriah, and then head up to West Middle School. But I certainly don't think there's vehicular traffic going up and down that dirt portion of Doolittle.
We need those improvements, because if we don't get them in, Las Vegas would not have any streets. Development has to occur, and it has to pay for itself. The city of Las Vegas is not in the construction business to construct roads. We take roads that are built and maintain them, but we don't take roads and construct them. We just don't have the money for that. So that's why property owners are required to do those offsite improvements, and we take over the maintenance, and it becomes our problem. But we have to have those improvements in.
Can they be deferred to a later time?
Well, let me try to give a little history and try to put it in context. I understand Commissioner Dunham saying that we need to put those street improvements in, but this isn't out in an area that is undeveloped. This is a mature neighborhood. It's upwards of 40 years of age. My thought is Doolittle is probably the only street in that area that's not come all the way out to Martin Luther King. However, until development occurs right there, I think it may be improper to bring that street out. One of the things I look at is the queuing of traffic. I think we mentioned to the tune of 60,000 cars a day go up and down Martin Luther King. During the peak travel hours from Lake Mead to Owens, you have traffic that's back-to-back all the way north or south up to Bonanza. And so with street improvements and no development, it just leaves an empty street for people to turn down and meander through that neighborhood. So I don't have a problem holding it and not allowing that access through to Doolittle until later. because number one, the pastor made a statement that it's being subdivided, but they're not going to sell the land. And I think Mr. McGowan made an interesting point as well, is that some of that land over there, unbeknownst to others, people are sitting there waiting to buy it up because it's probably some of the most valuable land in the city. And I think knowing that, the property owners are probably, if they're smart, they'd hold on to it. And I think that's what the church is going to do with that parcel. So that's just my feelings on it. It's a mature neighborhood. I think if we open up that street now, we may get more than we bargained for.
Well, Commissioner, I have to admit, that's the first argument I've ever heard that we have too much traffic and shouldn't build streets. So,
well, I said a small portion of a street. We don't want to cause that a cut through there, because if traffic goes down Doolittle and it goes east, it's not going out to a main thoroughfare. It's just putting it right into a neighborhood. You're going to put it right down into, I believe that's either J Street running down there. So that's where the traffic's going to go.
Yeah, and heaven forbid traffic will in public right-of-way.
Question for public safety is, I was asking is, Martin Luther King widening, how far north is that going to go? That's not going to go to Lake, is it going to Lake Mead or Cheyenne, or?
It does.
So it would actually go past this property?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't have any idea when that's going to start?
It's underway.
Yeah, I believe that project has been bid, if I'm correct.
Widening of Martin
If not,
Luther
it
King.
is very, very close.
Okay.
If I may add one thing, certainly staff recommends the conditions remain on the parcel map that were previously imposed requiring the half-street improvements. However, if it were the desire of the commission, there is an if-approved condition on the application that would require the church to sign and record a covenant running with land agreement for the possible future installation of Doolittle adjacent to the site.
Well, I'd like to weigh in here.
Commissioner
That's
Truesdale?
great if somebody else is going to develop it. But in West Las Vegas, we have an unbelievable number of churches. These improvements get waived almost continuously. And with that, you wind up with these fallow properties that just do exactly what they shouldn't do. They stymie development. They stymie a community's growth. The arguments I've heard here tonight are fair and reasonable on behalf of the church, but they're virtually for the church to warehouse the adjacent properties for future church, not encourage the development of the community with housing. Every other part of this valley, when a developer comes forward, we expect them. We are almost unwavering on the requirement for those improvements. But in West Las Vegas, in parts of this community, we seem to say we don't want those streets, but we don't want development either. These are R1 lots on the other side. There's RE lots. Martin Luther King is being widened as a super arterial grade street. The traffic is phenomenal. We have before us a subdivision map, and it's nice for the church to say they're not going to sell the property, and I believe them, but we're subdividing that it can be sold. Every other developer that would come in and ask for a subdivision map so they have the potential to sell a parcel, we would require they do these things. And it just seems to me that we are going out of our way to create problems in this area, almost to make the status quo rather than to improve this neighborhood. I am just absolutely amazed that we don't want to spend our efforts improving West Las Vegas. And everybody in the name of the church communities and some of the property owners there that just would like to hold a bunch of vacant dirt and wait for the price to quadruple, and it may, that's fine, but it will do it at the risk of the neighborhood that's there. And we need to be committed to that neighborhood's long-term success.
Thank you. The pastor had a comment.
Commissioner Truesdale and to all of the commissioners, we are committed long-term to the improvement not only of our church, but to the entire West Side community. Our vision is not just to hold vacant land undeveloped, but our vision is to create housing for seniors, needed affordable housing, that those who are living in this particular neighborhood might not have to divest of their interest or their friendships or their families, that they will be able to walk and find persons who have been there for years. We're looking to make an impact. One of the things I found out is that too many churches, yes, have gone and divested themselves from the community. Matter of fact, we've got churches in communities that don't even know who their neighbors are. And I found out that churches of that nature end up dying, either dying spiritually or physically or altogether just moving out. We're committed to be there. We're committed to see not just our church become strong, but also to invest and reinvest into our community, yes, with senior housing, and yes, as that continues to grow and bless.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the fineness of your church and your mission isn't really an issue. It's just a land use thing.
Okay.
Maybe we can focus on that. I mean,
But always talk about future development starts with meeting the basic infrastructure developments today.
Okay, Commissioner Trowbridge has been waiting patiently.
I have two questions. One of them is the protect the rights of the people that own those 4 lots there on Abbott. Have they indicated an interest that they want their cul-de-sac put in?
No.
Have they indicated they're willing to waive their entitlement to a cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Okay, so that issue is, nobody cares whether that goes in or not, except we have some code requirement that says it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to the second item, which is the request to do something about removing the requirement for the half-street improvement. If we delete it completely, we've got a mess. If we delay it, that's what you're asking for. Okay, now let me go. The reason you want to split this parcel is so that you can use the undeveloped parcel as collateral.
Yes.
Okay, the value of that piece of property as collateral is diminished by the cost of the improvement that's going to be required. And so you've gained nothing. It's a net loss. It's a net zero.
That's correct.
But see, there we go. It's a net zero. So put them in, make these guys happy. It will increase the value of the property when you go to use it as collateral and equal them out to the improvement. Just like not making the improvement becomes a negative when they assess the value of the property, because they say the property's worth $3 million minus the $200,000 it's going to cost to put in the street. You put in the street, it's worth the full $2 million. 6 one, half dozen the other.
And you are absolutely correct.
Oh, thank you.
But what we're currently trying to do, though, is we are trying to leverage the property as it currently exists for a particular reason. There is a reason for us wanting that subdivision.
And the value, though, would not decrease the need for its immediate use for financing the off-site
But you currently have financing, I'm assuming, on the church, which includes the whole property.
Let me speak to that. The church is currently free and clear.
Yes, sir.
However, what we have done is we have leveraged our church to purchase a parsonage. And what we are trying to do now is to get our church back free and clear.
Okay, you're saying leverage, which means it's got a loan on it.
Yes.
Right. So and that loan currently encumbrances the whole piece of property we're talking about.
Yes.
And whoever holds that loan is willing to release the other parcel?
Yes.
And that's why you're attempting to subdivide it, so you'll end up with another parcel free and clear?
Yes, the church remained free and clear. The church. A lot of people do not want to lend to churches. So therefore, what we are trying to do is basically have a vacant parcel and the parsonage. The parsonage is the pastor's house.
It's not located on the property?
No, it is not.
Is the parsonage adjacent to the church?
No, sir, it is not.
Is it in the community?
It's about 15 minutes from the church.
So it's in historic West Las Vegas?
No, it's not in historic West Las Vegas. It's right outside in North Las Vegas.
Okay, so to help the church with its parsonage in North Las Vegas, which I'm sure has all its off-site improvements, you're wanting the city of Las Vegas to waive any request for off-site improvements. I mean, I understand your financial scenario, but you're asking for the waiver here for investments outside of Las Vegas, when Las Vegas, West Las Vegas, historic West Las Vegas, deserves the investment of the churches. It deserves, if you told me the parsonage was across the street in historic West Las Vegas, your arguments for this solution would hold a lot more sense to me, just personally.
Mr. Chairman? I mean, we could argue this back and forth all night, but I think at the end of the day, if we put that burden on the church, we're going to have more non-development than we see development. So my feeling is I'm comfortable with the request that the church has made, and through you, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready, I'll go ahead and try to craft a motion on item 44.
Please.
Recommend approval of WVR 24873, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval of 44, item 44. Please vote. I voted. Post. Motion carries.
Okay. Item 45, ROC 24875, move for approval, with the pastor agreeing to condition number 3, I believe, through Public Works. Yes. Regarding the covenant. I would move for approval of that item as well.
For clarification on the motion, I think there are other conditions of approval, is that correct?
Yeah, but we're only reconsidering condition 3.
There's a total of 3 conditions on there, 1 from Planning and Development and 2 from Public Works.
Okay.
But we're not deleting 3, aren't we just changing it to what safety suggested?
We're just leaving it like it is. I think Public Works just proffered that up as information of that condition.
Right, for you to consider if you would like to.
So you're going to require
If you
the
want
half.
to do, if approved, right, then it would remove the existing condition number 3 that requires a half street and replace it with the condition number 3 you're reading here regarding signing and recording the covenant, running with land agreement.
Okay, and the motion is for
Approval of that.
no, you're changing it. Approval of removing it so they don't have to do the roads.
Right. And condition 3 reads, the sign and record a covenant running with the land agreement for the possible future installation of half-street improvements, including curb and gutter, sidewalk, street lights, permanent paving, and possibly fire hydrants and sewers on Doolittle Avenue adjacent to the site prior to occupancy of the site.
And you're in agreement with that condition? Yes. Okay. We have a motion for approval of item number 45. Please vote. Post. And that motion carries.
And both matters go before the City Council on January 9th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to item 49, SUP 24803, applicant Goo Goo Car Wash Systems, owner Frontier Quincy EMD Trust, request for a special use permit for a proposed car wash full service at 5550 West Charleston Boulevard, and item 50, SDR 24802, for a proposed 4,326 square foot car wash, full service, and detached accessory structure with a waiver to allow no landscaping along a 200-foot portion of the east perimeter where an 8-foot wide landscaping buffer is required. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, due to the proximity of the proposed use to adjacent single-family to the north and the existence of 2 other car washes in the area, staff is recommending denial of both the special use permit and the site review. And if approved, staff proposes to amend condition number 3 on item 50 with regard to the date stamps.
For the site plan?
Yes.
Okay. Applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioners. Trevor Hayes, 300 South 4th Street for the applicant. Along with me is Forrest James IV, Birmingham, Alabama. Yes, we are requesting a special use permit for a car wash as well as the development site review. The first point that staff made about the proximity to single-family residents, if you're familiar with the area along West Charleston, you'll know that it's C1 all along with a lot of commercial use throughout the whole mile between Decatur and Jones. Alpine Place is immediately behind it, but as you'll see from the photos I took standing on the sidewalk and in the street from Alpine Place where the homes are, this is what they are currently seeing. I don't know if you can make that out well. There is an empty field with trash, weeds. Another photo of that. That's what they're seeing currently. There is commercial use all along that road now. This would be consistent with that. There was mention made of 2 other car washes in close proximity. One is all the way down almost to the corner of Decatur. There's a Rite Aid, I believe, on the corner, CVS, and then the car wash. And you can see what they have buffering them from Alpine here. This is a picture of the Charleston car wash. They have a little tiny pony wall and some poles sticking up. There is another car, and that's a full-service car wash. The 3 car washes that would be within that mile, roughly, are all serving different markets, if that does matter. However, the code doesn't have any mention of proximity of car washes to one another, but that car wash at the corner of Decatur and Charleston is full serve. The other one is on the west side of Jones, and it's one of those stick a quarter in, grab the high-powered spray wand, and have the brush and do it all yourself.
That Terrible's?
No, it's right over. There's a little gas station of some sort there.
Isn't that Terrible's? And it's right behind?
It's yellow.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there's a Jack in the Box.
And then right next to it's one of those do-it-yourself, put the quarters in. This would be kind of in between those in that you drive up. I'll give you a walkthrough of it because staff had some concerns about the ingress and egress, and this might be a good time to go through that. You would enter through here. There are gates here, which I'll get into in just a moment. The gates are so that people aren't confused and know not to drive in the outdoor. They drive in through here. The code does ask that there's room for at least 6 cars to stack, and I think you can see that there's more than ample room for that. You come here, there's a pay kiosk where there'll be a manager working at all times that the property's open, so it's not just like the coin-operated one where people can come and do it yourself. They pay, they go through here, stay in their car, it does its thing. You come out here, and here are the vacuums where you can get a free vacuum of the car. The reason for the 2 gates is, one, you can come out and say, I don't feel like vacuuming, I'm going to drive out, or I want to stop in here and vacuum, and I come this way. I think on this site plan it may, with the arrows, may actually show it even a little better. You get the 2 areas to enter, come through, exit, or go around. The reason for the timing on the gates, I understand, I wasn't involved in the project at this point. The engineering company was, and unfortunately they weren't able to make it. But my understanding of that was at a request of talking to engineering and NDOT so that there weren't cars piling up here to try to get out. There was a question in the staff report about the right turn only causing problems on the Charleston. However, I guess I'm a little confused by that comment, as to me it would seem the right turn makes it easier on Charleston as opposed to people trying to come across. So let's see, they did comment on the confusing plan, which I think it's pretty clear the way I've gone through. If not, I'll be happy to answer any other questions. We are asking for a waiver on the landscape on the east side. There's currently a Family Dollar store there that has some landscaping, and staff has commented that with the extra landscaping we've put in elsewhere that should be adequate. Going back to the close proximity to residential, this is Alpine Place. There are houses that face this way. As I said, they're currently now looking at an empty lot with trash and weeds. What we'd have is an attractive wall, 6-foot-high wall, with an intense landscape buffer. I think that would be a much better site for them to look at than what they currently have, as well as, you all know, during rush hour, Charleston gets a very heavy use, and the noise from the traffic would be, caught up a little bit in the landscape as well as the wall, and the car wash itself won't exceed 80 decibels, I believe, is what I've been told by the applicant. So the sound would actually be less than what they have now. I think I have addressed all of the comments on the staff report. We think this is a compatible use for the area. The C1 zoning contemplates a use like this. The only requirement of the code is the stacking of the 6 cars. And I think that with the commercial all along Charleston, that folks who live there have dealt with commercial for a long time, and this would actually be a little less intensity on them than what they currently have, as we would have buffering. I'd be happy to answer any questions, as well as Forrest is here. And he knows the operations of the car wash and the history of the project far better than I.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Real quickly, Mr. Hayes, this sign depicts free vacuum, is that true?
If you buy a wash.
That's correct.
That's all I need to hear. I'm there.
He's going to come in every Friday and get a free vac.
That's great, and they're under lighted free vacuum canopies. So when it's July and it's 120 degrees.
I don't know if I'm going to steal away from Mr. Furlong here, but that was my question since it's been brought up, is the vacuums, and we always have concerns about the vacuum noise to the houses in the back.
Right. These aren't like the steel drum vacuums that
these are just a pipe.
They're not the coin-operated steel drum vacs that you would have at the gas stations. This is actually a central vacuum system.
Where is that going to be? This is the front we're looking at, I'm assuming, which would be Charleston.
Right. The central vacuum systems will be located in the front, and we put a muffler on them, and we can actually control the decibels.
Okay.
And
so
they have no noise
you've answered my
whatsoever.
question. The vacuum is going to be up here in the front by Charleston, not put on the back of the lot.
That's correct. And then you have underground pipes and...
Right. Okay. Todd?
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Can anyone tell me what the speed limit is along Charleston here? Is that 35 or is it?
Are you with the Highway Patrol?
No,
I think it's 35, yeah.
My concern is this. Sometimes you can get run over around there. And that, I don't know, it looks like that's going to be a pretty sharp turn if you got people in rush hour, you know. I don't know. My experience is got a little tracker. It's about the size of a golf cart, and if you slow down at that, they'll just leave you for roadkill out there.
Mr. Farlow, you better stay on that 206
I
westbound.
stay off of these streets.
Okay. Mr. McGowan?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Quick question and brief statement. Where does the detailing take place?
I don't think this one has detailing.
All right, it's about the only thing I was missing was detailing. This is a very upscale car wash, even though it's called Goo Goo. Some reason that anybody can, they might suggest a reason that I can imagine what it is. However, the thing I note with great interest, the flag is the right size of the flagpole. I recommend approval without further discussion.
You had to bring that up. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. You don't have any rebuttal?
If you
No.
want me to address any of it.
Is there any, Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yes. The view that you showed from the properties across behind the car wash on Alpine are certainly accurate from what you showed. But if you rotate the camera 2 lots to the east, you would see a very lushly landscaped backside of Wells Fargo's bank.
The one thing I would say in response to that is the difference being that the car wash would need the wall, and the intense landscaping will help insulate the sound, as opposed to the Wells Fargo
Right.
wouldn't have.
So I'm with you.
Okay.
I think that the dollar store, which would be immediately adjoining this parcel, has an 8-foot wall. On the
I've
back.
got just the
It's
corner
an
of
8-foot wall in the back. And so the wall that you would want to put along Alpine would probably need to be 8 foot to make it consistent. There's also a gap between the gate and your property that looks like it would get to be a real nuisance unless it's addressed. If you start your wall right at your property line and go to the west, there's going to be about a 4-foot gap between their gate and your property that's going to be an ongoing problem for you. That showed it right there if you go back.
That's actually the Family Dollar's east of...
That's correct, right there where somebody's index finger is, right there.
Right.
There's a gate there.
The one problem we'd have with addressing that is we can't build on there.
I realize that, but it's a problem that's going to exist, and someone needs to address it. That's my point, and probably a conversation with dollar stores or an offer to fix it at the time you're putting your wall up might be well received, because it's going to become a nuisance for them. The second point is, rather than just putting the 8-foot wall flush against the curb there, it would be much more aesthetically pleasing if you'd move it back about 4 or 5 feet and give some of the landscape material frontage on Alpine, rather than just give the people on Alpine a block wall to look at. And so I think you ought to be willing to give some green to the people there on Alpine, that you're going to put a wall.
My one thought about that is the lack of consistency, because the two projects on either side.
I know, and I think that you commented when you showed the photograph of Charleston Car Wash, that's certainly setting the bar fairly low. That was a 30-year-old structure.
Definitely.
We're going to great lengths to try to improve all of Charleston along there. We've got some properties that are starting to look very nice. You know, the Red Rock Plaza, the Wells Fargo Bank property there looks very nice. Even the front of the dollar store looks nice. And so it's setting a standard that we don't want to go certainly back on. And that's where I'm coming from. And I think we need to keep the aesthetics of the project looking good. I give no value to the argument that there's other car washes in the neighborhood. That's a business decision, not a land use decision. So I'm going to leave those on the table and see what other people have to say. And I might jump in and make a motion once they've had their say.
Okay. I just have one question on item 50. I'm looking at the conditions, and I notice on your site plan it does not show ingress and egress onto Alpine, but I was wonder if we added a condition that says no ingress and egress onto Alpine, because I know that's a problem. It used to be coming out of the other car wash, but they fenced it off now.
With one exception, because the way we have it set up and the other businesses,
For a crash gate?
the trash is right here. That's the only ingress and egress from there, and it'll be gated off. So from the backside, the neighbors won't be seeing the trash. It'll look consistent.
Okay, I just didn't want customers to be going in and out through that street.
We'd agree to a condition.
Yeah, which is what I was trying to, because I know it was a big problem. My accountant used to be on Alpine, and that car wash that's down there by the bank was always, everybody went out that back way. And me too. Okay. Was there a motion there, Commissioner Trowbridge?
If no one else has any additional comments, I would make a motion to approve agenda item number 49, subject to all staff conditions, with the inclusion that the back wall be 8 foot and that there be a 5-foot buffer between the back of the curb on Alpine and that 8-foot wall. On the site plan? Okay, it's there? Okay, all right, next one then. Okay, then I'll just simply make the motion to approve item number 49, special use permit 24803, subject to all staff conditions.
Watch it, she'll get you. We have a motion for approval of item 49. Please vote.
So I walked it. Okay, I'll say it another way then.
You have a
Motion carried. Item 50.
And in regards to item number 50, I'd make a motion to approve the request of Site Development Review 24802, subject to one additional condition, and including those conditions delineated by staff. That additional condition would be that the back wall be set back 5 feet from the back of the curb of Alpine and be of a height consistent with the existing wall for the dollar store. I believe it's 8 foot. My colleague thinks it might be a little bit less, but I walked it and it was way over my head.
And that, excuse me, if I may, and that property is to which direction?
It's to the east of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one question for Public Works. Does the final plan, traffic engineers see the ingress and egress for that radius and the safety? Is that subject to?
We checked the radius, and the driveway design meets our standards. They have met with NDOT, and Charleston is an NDOT-controlled facility. They'll ultimately make the determination if the driveway is acceptable. However, they had those meetings, and the site plan was submitted after those meetings.
But if there's any additional requirements of the traffic engineer, you're agreeing to work with?
Yeah, Charleston being a state road, we'll be working with NDOT on that. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may also.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify the added condition on the motion. Now, does that mean 5 feet and then all this landscape, or that can go, he's wanting the wall 5 feet further back with still having the room for the cars to come, so that would be through the middle of there.
There's no intention of encroaching. It was just move the wall onto the other side of the landscaping.
So the landscaping will be on Alpine?
On the outside.
So that the people on Alpine get to see it?
Okay, that's no problem.
Otherwise, it's just going to be a trash collector anyway.
And Mr. Chairman, could we clarify the consistency on the wall?
The condition would be that the rear wall should be set back 5 feet from the curve of Alpine and shall be the same height as the property directly to the east.
Correct.
And then the other, were you willing to, the motion or the condition that I wished for no ingress and egress other than a crash gate and the trash if they have to on Alpine?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Is that okay with safety?
Certainly. I came up with some wording if you needed it.
Okay.
Did you want to hear my wording?
Sure. It's better than mine.
No access shall be taken from this site onto Alpine Place with the exception of access for trash collection or a fire crash gate if necessary.
Thank you. And you're in agreement to those two conditions?
Okay. I'm going to make a comment that I'm going to vote for this, but I don't like that moving that wall in and putting landscaping on Alpine, because I think what ultimately will happen, it will not be maintained like the landscaping will on the south side of that wall where their customers are, and it bothers me that we're moving that wall in.
Well, and the question would be, would that wall then line up with?
It won't. It will not line up.
It will be 5 foot in from Big Lot's wall.
That's right.
Yes, it will.
I don't
Oh, it
think
will
so.
line up?
No, it will be in, it's not Big Lots, it's Dollar Store.
Dollar Store.
It
will be in.
would be in.
It will be in.
They are right at the edge of the curve. I don't know if you can make it out over the side.
And that is not going to look very well.
I would like to add one more thing. The Family Dollar wall is I think it's a metal screen.
It's a metal screen.
Yeah.
What we were talking about doing was using the same khaki-colored split-face block that we're going to be using on our building. And so it's going to be, if we didn't put landscaping there on Alpine, it's going to look a lot better than the existing walls at the other businesses just because of the material we're using.
I would think what you're looking at there is the crash gate that's got that heavy metal on it. If you go a little bit further to the left there, it becomes a block wall.
Well, you have to, code enforcement will.
But at any rate, if you're agreeing to put a block wall up, that's the preferable way to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Let's put it up where on the sidewalk.
Absolutely not.
No, the motion currently is.
Vote against it. I don't want
Okay.
to do that.
Then the motion currently is that it would be 5 foot back from the.
But in regards to the existence of the plant material, if Dave's objections is just going to put it in, pass inspection, and let it die, I would certainly think that there ought to be a way that could be avoided.
Well, if that's part of the site plan, then code enforcement, if it did die, would have the right to have them put it back in.
Right, because you've got people with homes right across the street, they'll be looking at a great big wall otherwise, and that's just not...
I got to tell you, that never happens.
If I may, one of the things that you might wish to consider, just an option for the commission, you may wish to have a one-year review
Well, that was being
from the
my
time of
suggestion.
finals, so that at least you could ensure that much, and if it's still a problem, then you could require an additional review.
And the landscaping, if we're just going to beat this horse to death, for an example, if you look down at what the landscaping scheme that's currently in place, the backside of Wells Fargo, it's xeriscape, relatively affordable, and extremely low-maintenance type landscaping, so it shouldn't be an ongoing problem for you.
Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, Jim Lewis, the Attorney's Office. Now that we've talked this motion around, we need to restate it so we know exactly what we're doing, if you would, please.
Okay, we have
I'm
a
going to
motion.
make the motion right from the start.
Okay.
Recommend approval of item number 50, Site Development Review 2482, subject to all staff conditions, with the addition of a requirement that a block-faced wall be placed along the north side of the property, 5 feet from Alpine, landscaped consistent with the landscaping scheme that currently exists behind Wells Fargo. It's the bank that's one lot further to the east. And that there be a 1-year review to ensure that the plant material is in place and is still alive and maintained.
That you realize, and I'm just pointing this, that the motion you made was 5 foot from Alpine, which would put you about 2 foot from the sidewalk. There'd be like a 2 foot
5 foot from the back of the sidewalk.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay. And also the other was the no ingress and egress as read in by safety?
Yes, that was yours.
And a change to number 3 with the date of the site plan to today's date?
Correct, to 11/6/07, and building elevations stamped 9/25/07. That was omitted on the stack.
Okay.
And if I can complicate matters further,
I don't think you can.
I think we already voted on the SUP, and that would have been, I would think, the appropriate place for a period of review, which I heard offered up.
It'd be on the site plan. If the issue is the concern of the maintenance of the landscaping, then that review would be on the site plan.
Okay. And I just wanted to go on the record as saying, as much as I appreciate the applicant, I think the city can do better, and I have issues with this, and it won't see my support. But thank you.
Okay, please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And both matters go forward to City Council on January 9th.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. See you later. Item 51. SUP 24985, applicant John Dudick, owner Mountain View Professional Properties LLC, for a proposed 1,621 square foot general retail store at 6,970 Smoke Ranch Road, Suite 110. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed retail store meets all conditions, use conditions per Title 19, as well as the additional parking this would generate, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. You don't look like John.
That's my husband.
Oh, okay.
My name is Sam Dudek. My address is 6970 Smoke Ranch Road.
Okay.
Our intention is to have an internet-based sporting goods. This is my husband's hobby. He loves to hike, so he thought
Okay.
something like that on the side. And we need to have, in order to have an internet-based business, you need to have a physical address. So since we own the building, we decided to use that as our address, and that's what we're
Okay, and you're in agreement with all of staff's if approved conditions?
Yes.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Please give your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Holloway. I'm the managing principal for Programmatic Design Group, which is her next door neighbor in the business park at 6960 Smoke Ranch, Suite 110. Our only concern is this is a business park that only has offices. There's no retail whatsoever, and I voted against it in the little cards that went through, but I have no problem if it's a internet business without the foot traffic, but I would request that that be a condition for approval, that it is simply an internet address and not the foot traffic coming through.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. I concur exactly with the gentleman that just spoke as far as his strategy. I beg the pardon of the applicant. I have a matter that is not directly related, but I have to get out of here. I was interviewed by Channel 8 at...
Well, hold on. Excuse me, Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, things that are appropriate for the end with citizen participation are appropriate then. This is the matter involving John
Yes,
Dudek
yes,
and
I
Mountain
understand
View
that.
Professional Properties.
But if I hadn't given you the courtesy of admitting this, then you wouldn't have stopped me, would you?
Well, we'd have got to it sooner
Thank you
or
very
later.
much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, it was about the Fifth Street Grammar School. It might matter a little bit to you people. It's a straight scoop. Check out Channel 8 on the
Okay.
website.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and ask the commission for a vote, or a motion, or a comment. Commissioner Goins, your hand's on the button. Do you have a motion?
Yes, sir. My motion is for approval of item 51, SUP 24985, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval of item 51. Please cast your ballot. Post, and motion carries. Thank
Refer to
you.
council on January 9th.
Moving on to item 52, SUP 25060, applicant Heritage Nevada, 8 LLC, owner City Parkway 5, Inc., for a proposed 800-foot-high mixed-use development in the Airport Overlay District at the southwest corner of Grand Central Parkway and City Parkway, and SDR 25059 for a proposed 57-story mixed-use development including 1.12 million square feet of commercial space and 98 multiple-family residential units with waivers of the Union Park streetscape standard building placement and frontage requirements, architectural standards, and access standards. Staff?
This item has received a conditional approval from the Union Park Design Review Committee, and staff finds the project to be generally consistent with Union Park design standards and recommends approval.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Wheeler. My name is Terry Murphy, 7936 West Sahara Avenue, and with me tonight is Gary Dempster, the project architect from Altoona & Porter. This is the World Jewelry Center project on Union Park. Mr. Robert Zarnigan, the developer and owner, is also in the audience if there are any questions, as well as Mr. Chuck Kubat, who is here with Newland Communities, the city's consultant on the project. And with that, Mr. Dempster will give a brief explanation of the site plan and show you some renderings, and then we will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
It's my extreme pleasure to wish you good evening as opposed to good morning. When I saw that we were 52nd on the agenda, I was fearful that I would be wishing you a good morning at this time. I'm Gary Dempster, 444 South Flower Street from Los Angeles. It's been our profound pleasure to have worked with city staff for the past 2 years in getting the project to this point. They've been most helpful, have advised us, given us direction, and have helped us get to the point where we are this evening. There's two issues that we have before you. One is a special use permit for the height of the building. I think that you'll see in the staff report that we've secured the approval from the FAA, and there's pending approval from Clark County on that. As a way of sort of a general overview, our project, as Terry stated, is in Union Park. We're on the northwest corner of the project at the intersection of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. We're operating under the auspices and overlay of the Union Park guidelines, which are going to also direct some of the conditions that are included as it relates to public works, as it relates to drainage and parking. Some of those caveats and guidance is already established, and we're merely complying that as one project in a number of projects that are within the entire development. What we are proposing is as Terry stated, it's a mixed-use project made up of three distinct buildings. One is a three-story retail building, which is intended to house tenants that are related to the jewelry industry, among other offerings that contribute to the overall ambiance and design vision for Union Park. There is a tower which consists of residential units as well as what we've coined as commercial condominiums. It's our intention, or our client's intention, to offer the office space, which again will be focused on the jewelry industry, for sale. We have been working with Building and Safety and City Fire Department to determine what sort of restrictions and design guidelines will be established to facilitate those uses. The last meeting took place late yesterday afternoon. We've also been requested and have acquiesced to trying to self-park this project all within our own property lines. So there's a parking structure that you see in the upper left-hand corner of the exhibit, which is the parking structures that supports both of these buildings, as well as a level of parking subterranean. The three components of the project are choreographed as indicated in the roof plan, with the retail building having a skylight promenade, which continues the promenade vision of the Union Park guidelines, the tower, which sits on the northernmost piece of the parcel, and the parking structure, which serves both of those off Grand Central. And lastly, our image for the project, which coincidentally but fortuitously replicates the one that's on your city emblem. Its relationship to the airplane is not that much different. It's intended that this building be, our vision for the building, quite honestly, and Mr. Zarnigan's building for the building, is to establish an icon at this area of the city. Union Park, and its vision is to establish a new vision for the city. Obviously, the city has bought into that vision, and we are trying to be one of the bastions that establish that vision. We are excited about its location, its vision, its size, and we ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I'm reminded of the Tri-Island Perisphere, 1939. New York World's Fair, but the Perisphere is round. Aside from the obvious question of who needs a building this tall right there, but you don't need to respond to that immediately. I have a more important question. Anybody associated with the project. What's the meaning of the term Kohinoor? Hearing no response?
I can't. What's
Kohinoor.
Kohinoor?
Kohinoor. Kohinoor. This is the World Jewelry Center. Yes. Kohinoor is the name of the crown jewel in the scepter of the Queen of England. It was called Kohinoor. It means Mountain of Light. I hereby call this project Mountain of Light. Unofficially, of course. My first question, in all seriousness, is, has the applicant secured financing for the subject of the development?
Again,
There's extensive development.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't relate to the
I know it doesn't
matters.
relate to what your jurisdiction is.
Right.
But you see, the project is extremely important, very massive project, and it's a good thing to find out whether it, perhaps unlike other projects that have come before this panel and the council, they come and go like ships in the night.
Not denying that it's important information, but it
Not
exceeds our jurisdiction.
We said that again, that's why I'm emphasizing it.
Right.
I'm asking you to nail it down so that the public sooner or later gets the idea that you're ruling on things which may not have all of the information that pertain to the issue. That's what's important about it. So I would say, Ed said, full disclosure, prior to commission action on the item, deny the item. But that's not the way you operate. So I would, in that case, recommend approval with the understanding that nobody knew what Kohinoor meant. And certainly nobody in the city council will know. But they will be very happy to see a World Jewelry Center end up right downtown. Well, in that case, you may not want to include diamonds since they don't know what Kohinoor means. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Todd Parla, 240 North 19th Street. This is very beautiful, and I want to thank the applicant for having the confidence to come to our city. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Ted Russell, the even-tempered gentleman. I just wanted to mention that one of the commissioners, himself said that this had been bumped up to a future date. I came for the bling-bling. In my family, if you paid retail for jewelry or furniture, you were immediately sent to the padded cell. There is no problem here with the financing. Enjoys the uttermost support of the good mayor, I assume City Council. It is everything that the gentleman claimed he wanted to do with it and will be and beyond. It is a great ornament in the redevelopment crown called downtown Las Vegas. I don't know how I can say enough good about it. The Ponte Vecchio in Florence was changed from a fish market to a leading world jewelry center because of the smell of the fish. Can you imagine? I wanted to congratulate Philly Cheesesteak, which makes Maryland and Fremont memorable. Philly Cheesesteak Express. By the way, I endorse this 100%. Thanks so much and have a great evening.
Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing, and I guess since it was all good, you don't have a problem with that?
No problem whatsoever.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners, Commissioner Dunham?
Yeah, I was taking a look at your parking requirements, and I realized that the downtown Centennial Plan does not have specific parking requirements. But I was taking a look at the analysis in our backup, and just for your office, you're required to have about 3,000 parking spaces. That's just for your office space, and you're only providing about 2,700. So just for your office, you're 300 parking spaces short. And you add in your retail and your restaurant, that's going to add another 1,000 parking spaces requirement. This project, although I like it, is grossly underparked, and all that does is negatively impact those adjacent properties, one being the Clark County Government Center, the other being the outdoor outlet mall there. So the question comes in, what is your justification for not providing roughly 1,500 parking spaces that are normally required on any other project?
May I respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
As part of the documentation that you've also received, Commissioner, is the parking analysis that we've provided based on a universally, perhaps not yet in the city of Las Vegas, but accepted parking ratios provided by the Urban Land Institute, which takes into account different uses in the building at different times of day that those stalls are actually going to be occupied. As I'm sure you're aware that on any given day, roughly 30% of the office occupants are not at work. They're either out traveling on business, sick, taking care of family members. So this dynamic and this program that's been put together sort of takes into account the different uses at different times of day of the different kinds of occupants that come and go during the building. And we wouldn't have presented it if we didn't think that it's based on sound scientific and engineering evidence, and we feel pretty comfortable, and I believe that the staff has agreed with us as well, that what we're proposing will serve this building.
I don't agree with you.
Thank you. Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, I know people raise the question whether it's financing, whether these projects are feasible. We need to review these projects at this early stage so developers that make a financial commitment to our community can get moving in the right direction so they can bring these projects here. There were a lot of naysayers with regards to the World Furniture Mart and World Market Center. It's proven to be a phenomenal asset to downtown Las Vegas and a new industry here, as I believe Mr. Zarnigan will keep his commitments and bring another new industry here in the jewelry business, and this will make it a world-class destination. And I want to commend the architect. We do need 57-story buildings downtown. We don't need to be sitting downtown just staring at the strip, looking at buildings that are, for tourists. We need things for our own residents here to enjoy and experience these urban centers.
Oh, stop right in the middle. Commissioner Steinman?
Is all of the office space intended to be condominium?
At this point, Commissioner, yes, I believe that's the intention.
And with about 900,000 square feet of office, approximately how much is the developer planning to make true jewelry type of space? Or will there be a mixture involved here?
I think as much as the market will bear.
Right here he comes down. Maybe he could come down and give me a little indication.
Mr. Robert Zarnigan.
Mr. Zarnigan?
The man with the vision.
Hello, good evening. My name is Robert Zarnigan. I'm with Heritage Nevada 8, 421 North Beverly Drive, Beverly Hills. We are currently working really around the world, and we plan to have some 500 tenants coming in the building. These are manufacturers, distributors, wholesalers of different types of gem and jewelry, watches, pearls, and we've been working on the marketing of the office tower now for about a year, and we are about a third of the way there, and we hope to, by the time we start construction about a year from now, to be about 50-55% sold, with deposits and so on.
Will this building be open to wholesale primarily,
yes,
like the furniture is?
Yes.
The public will not be...
That's
okay.
Right. The tower itself, the office tower, will only be open to the trade. It's not open to the public because of security reasons and so on. It'll probably be one of the most secure buildings around.
And if you do not sell all of your condominium offices to the jewelry industry, how do you integrate regular office tenants in a highly secure situation like that?
Well, it's, we do have outsiders coming in. It's not just but they'll be fingerprinted, and they'll have a badge, any visitor coming in. All of the vendors and materials men who will be coming in, servicemen who will be coming in to the property will have to be pre-approved and pre-screened. All of our employees will have the same condition.
Well, I'm very impressed with this effort. I wish you well on it. I will comment that relative to the parking situation, I do believe in what you have there in the amount of parking, because I do believe in the proper mixtures in a mixed-use building to get to the proper parking ratios.
Right.
Our city just doesn't have those kind of standards. We take every use and pop in a number and come up with thousands of spaces you have to do. So from my standpoint in looking at this, I believe the parking is proper, and I think it's in the proper relationship to what ULI or others probably require on this kind of a situation.
Well, we appreciate your thought. It's really critical that we have proper parking. Without proper parking, we're doomed. So
you're doomed.
We realize that very well.
Yeah.
What we've tried to do is really to bring about the best experts in the field to be able to determine, given the uses, given, for example, a lot of the retail, there'll be restaurants and things like that. A lot of the employees that are in the building will be able to use the restaurants. So we also have valet parking. All of the retail will be valet parking at no charge. So this is the kind of thing that will go a long way in helping. So we have tried to really accommodate our visitors as best as we can, and I think that the architects have done a very good job to satisfy that.
Are you satisfied with the location within Union Park as to the access to the freeway system here? You're from Southern California, so I have to ask you that. Is this in a proper perspective to that whole system?
We took a long time to look at all different locations in the county and city and so on. And the thing that really is really very appealing to us is the Union Park Master Plan community for a number of reasons. One is that it's a blank slate. It's a clean piece of land that you could really craft some incredible buildings and uses. So it's not, if you will, a adaptive reuse of what's there, which is kind of difficult to try and generate a certain ambiance. But so that was something that was very good. We are right next to, adjacent to the crossroads of the two major freeways in the Spaghetti Bowls, which is incredible. We are some 5 to 10 minutes away from the Strip. We are in the crossroads of, going down to Summerlin or Henderson, and we feel that the kind of security that the whole of Union Park will have and the building will have, and of course we have the great Frank Gehry building on the southern end that's being constructed. You have the beautiful park, 2 acres of park. We have 3 hotels hopefully will be developed, including 1 casino hotel, and the
Performing Arts Center.
Pardon me?
The Performing Arts.
The Performing Arts Center, Smith's Performing Arts Center. I think that's an incredibly beautiful building that's going to really add to all of Las Vegas and Southern Nevada. So we're really, we think that you have incredible potential to do fantastic things with the Union Park and with downtown. And so in terms of safety and security, our manufacturers and distributors and so on, they prefer to be somewhere away from the Strip.
Okay.
And they want an enclave of their own that's safe and secure. And that's what we're providing. And the retailers really are an extension of the manufacturers. And so we hope that we will have a decent amount of shoppers come out there also, because it's been proven through the Las Vegas Premium Outlet that people do come out there.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, did you have a...
Yeah, with no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion, yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to, Mr. Zagan, welcome to Las Vegas. We're thrilled to have you here. We're very impressed with your project and think it's going to be the crown jewel of the Union Park. So it gives me great pleasure to be able to make the motion in regards to item number 52 to recommend approval to special use permit 25060, subject to all staff conditions.
We have a motion for approval of item 52. Please vote.
Since he's a boxing judge, will you have somebody there can make him a big gold medallion that he can hang around his neck?
Item 53.
And in regards to item number 53, site development review 25059, make a recommendation for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Motion for approval of item 53. Please vote. Mr. Steinman? Mr. Dunham? Post? And that motion carries also.
And both items go forward to council on December 19th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 54, SUP 25068, applicant Fun City Motel, owner Sheetac Development Corporation for a proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 2301 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain on this item as much as I have a financial interest in the property.
Okay. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the proposal meets all requirements for this use under Title 19 and the Downtown Centennial Plan, and it's compatible with surrounding land uses, and therefore staff would recommend approval.
Thank you. Applicant?
Good evening, Stacy Truesdale with Jones Vargas, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is for a liquor store in an existing retail building located on Las Vegas Boulevard, approximately 1 block north of Sahara. Staff has recommended approval. We are in compliance with all of the required distance separations from protected uses and would appreciate your approval.
Okay, I'm going to also abstain because the line runs right through my property again. You guys usually miss me.
You own too much crop.
Commissioner Dwight.
This is a public hearing. Anybody here for or against the item, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close the item. Any comments or questions by the board?
If there's no discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion for approval following the recommendation of the staff.
Motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your votes. That motion has passed with Chairman Davenport and Commissioner Truesdale abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that goes forward to council on January 9th.
I was going to give you my condolences or congratulations on your appointment to the Taxi Cab Authority.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on to item 55, SDR 23118, applicant owner Bedri Abdullahi, for the conversion of an existing 1,946 square foot, two-story residence to an office building with a waiver to allow perimeter landscaping buffers to be 0 feet on the north, south, and east sides where 8 foot is required, and 0 foot on the west property line where 15 feet is required at 704 North Jones Boulevard. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, staff is unable to support the request for no landscaping on this project and therefore recommends denial.
Thank you. Applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, members of the staff. My name is Bedri Abdullahi. It's my wife, Mary Imam. We're here to appeal to the commission to give us an approval. I don't want to go through the details of the plan. But,
You're in agreement with all of staff's as approved conditions?
yes, sir.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Time's up.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. We can't see the stuff from out in the audience.
The monitor's not
This is done
working?
right.
The monitor's not working? Todd? Oh, okay. Okay. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. Are you for the public or with them?
I'm with them.
Okay.
And I'm their neighbor, and I'm...
Okay, so technically you're public then. Okay.
Yes, sir. Matt Molman.
I'll open the public hearing again. Okay.
And I'm just here to support his idea. I'm his next-door neighbor, and I was hoping to do the same thing here in the future.
Okay. Then I'll close the public hearing and ask the commission if they have any questions or a motion.
I have a comment before I would make a motion, and that is that if you drive up and down the length of Jones there between, say, Charleston and Washington, you see some of these parcels that have been converted into businesses that were formerly residences. Some of them look real nice, and some of them look like the devil. The ones that look like the devil are the ones with no landscaping. And I can't support a request to convert one with no landscaping whatsoever.
We do understand the concern. What we're trying to do is try to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. We have mature trees in the front, and what we're trying to do is change the front landscape and basically
Yeah, but basically your application is stating 0 foot zero land buffers on the north, the south, and the east.
the problem with the northeast is that we only have 7 feet from one to the property line, and also the same thing, 8 feet to the other property line. That gives us 15 feet. And the same thing on the south side of the property, as you see it from this one here. We have 7 8 feet and this one is 7 feet. What we're trying to do, if we combine these two together and these two together, that's going to give us 15 feet. So there is, does not make any sense for us to have any kind of landscape over here, because we're trying to get an access to the back of the building. And that's the only way we can have the parking requirements according to the Title 19.
But we're not seeing anything here that involves those other properties. We're only seeing yours. Well, you're stating that you're going to be combining lots or combining access with the lots on the sides, huh? Oh, sorry. On the sides, but yet that's not before us. The only thing that's before us is to approve the fact that you're going to have zero landscaping, which is what I think the commissioners are having difficulty.
We are having an agreement with all the properties along the south side and east side of the properties. This has been approved by the city council and also the planning commission way back in 2004.
It was approved to be converted to PR.
Converted for the zoning, right.
Yeah, the 9, I think it was 9 units that was approved for PR.
Correct, yes.
Right. But then it would require to come back with a site plan and landscaping plans and those items, yes. Okay. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Steinman?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, are the walls coming down on each side of the property?
Yes, sir. We have to bring those down and make a nice pavement. That way we can get an access on both sides.
And are you going to use the neighbor's driveway at all to get back there? Is it going to be a joint?
We do have an agreement.
Are there cross easements involved here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Are they already recorded?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they're in the backup.
They're already there?
They're in your backup.
Okay, all right.
Maybe to give you some encouragement, I don't have any problems with the waiver of landscaping on the other 3 sides, but the front that's on Jones.
It's awful.
It's got to have some landscaping. And I think it would probably serve all of the group of 9 of you that want to do it. If you get together and talk about it, go as a group and look down on the southern part of Jones and look at the nice-looking parcels and see if you can copy those, not the ones that are just concrete, old house painted some bright color.
Yeah.
Those are unacceptable.
And a lot of those, if I can, that Commissioner Trowbridge is talking about, happens because they have to park in that front yard, and now you've just told us that you ain't going to be parking in that front yard. You're going to have parking on driveways down the side and into the rear. So now we're looking at that we could get some landscaping in the front of those.
Correct. We're going to take, initially this building was used as a daycare, and they had a circular driveway. What we're trying to do is take that out and
Right.
also leave access for the public access for the sidewalks. And we're going to have some planters as
So my question to Mr. Rankin would be, if under item 55, we eliminated the, well, wait a minute, it says north, south, and east sides. So the east is your rear property line. So we're not eliminating the landscaping on the front yard?
Yes. It continues as 0 on the west, but 15 is required.
Okay, so if we eliminated that west property line, then they would have to meet the landscaping requirements for the front yard.
That would be correct.
Okay?
Actually, the revised plan that we have over here shows that we're going to have some landscaping over here. And the only request that we're making is for the north and south side.
Well, no, you have all 4 sides.
Right.
And what we're saying, I'm saying, is that I could support it if you would drop the west so that you're going to give us landscaping on Jones there in the front and meet the code.
Gladly accept that, yes.
Okay, you could accept that. Okay. Is there a motion?
Well, with that understanding, then I could support it. And I'm going to have to,
So I think we would simply drop
Yeah.
the next to the last line and say,
Well, if I may,
Okay.
Chairman, it would be in condition number 5, we would eliminate the wording as it currently is and say that a waiver of the perimeter landscaping on the north, south, and east is hereby approved. No waiver of landscaping is approved on the west property line.
was that your motion?
that's the motion. That's the additional condition, but the motion would be to approve item number 55, Site Development Review 23-118, subject to all staff conditions, with the additional one as read into the record by the director.
We have a motion for approval of item number 15, and you're in acceptance of that change on the condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please vote. And post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And that
Thank
is
you.
final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, before you continue, I believe the next item, I am in the notification area, so I will be abstaining.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 56, SDR 25023, applicant owner Mesquite Wood 3 LLC for a proposed 1,775 square foot modular classroom addition to an existing school at the southwest corner of Bracken Avenue and 17th Street. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, this applicant is proposing to install a modular classroom in order to accommodate construction between the next 2 to 3 years. Staff does recommend approval of this request with an additional condition that the modular building be removed 3 years subsequent from the certificate of occupancy.
Thank you. And you are in agreement with that added condition?
Yes, I am.
And the
West of
others?
Miles Isbert, 107 East Charleston.
Thank you. This is a pub, oh, did you want to make a comment?
No, we're in agreement with
Okay.
the condition.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident of the Art District, just a stone's throw from the Kohinoor building. The Diamond Center. You understand now why I asked you the meaning of that word?
Okay.
Just to establish on the public record nobody knew what a diamond is by the name Kohinoor. This is a rather straightforward topic on this item, and I strongly recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. What school is this?
The School of Hard Knocks.
Innovations,
it's
Innovations
Bracken.
International Charter School of Nevada.
It's a charter school.
This particular application is for the Lucky Cat Academy, which is for the 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds prior to entering the kindergarten.
Okay. Did you wish to speak?
Yes.
Come on down.
This was a twofer for me today. Michael Holloway, 1505 Becky Circle. I am adjacent property, my home, to what used to be the temple and then was a Presbyterian church and is now a charter school. And my only concern, and I guess since it's temporary, I can maybe discount it, is there are a lot of functions that happen at this school that interfere with the houses along Becky, very loud nighttime functions. And there are functions that happen that parking goes all behind my house because I back up to Bracken and go in front of Oki, and here we are adding square footage, and they're not able to park on site now. So I do have a concern with that, and staff says it meets the parking requirements, but evidently there's some uses outside a normal school that require Oki to have parking on both sides and Bracken to be parked. So I have a problem with that, but if it's just 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
I can live with it for 3 years.
No chance this is a party house, right?
I can address that if you'd like. The property is currently being occupied by both a church facility and a school facility. This is a transitional process. The church facility is in the outbound mode. The school will take over the entire property. Those events that you're talking about are the evening parishioners and their excitement when they leave. It's a nuisance, but it isn't necessarily a hazard. But that is ending. I mean, that is not part of what the continuing process of this school will be. And as normal course of business, it closes at 4 in the afternoon. Pretty much open.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I think we closed the public hearing. Commissioner Steinman?
You want a motion?
Yes.
On agenda item 5.6, SDR 25023, I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions.
We have a motion for approval of item 56. Please cast your ballot.
And that's with the additional condition that Mr. Rankin read in with regard to the 3-year removal?
That's already
That's
part
there?
of the
Okay.
staff
Yes.
report.
And be careful to leave no chads. Commissioner Glenn?
Unpunched.
Nope. And post? Motion carries.
And that's with Commissioner Evans abstaining, and that goes forward to council on January 9th.
And now we're moving on to the Director's business. Item 57, TXT 24997, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Discussion and possible action to revise and amend the Town City Development Standards, Town Center Development Standards Manual. I was just trying to get out of here quicker. Staff.
This proposed text amendment will change some of the conditions, programs, and items in this to better bring the town center development standards consistent with Title 19. I do have an additional item to add to the list of changes that are within the text amendment, and that is to add this section. It is proposed that Section F, signs, be amended to include the following language relative to temporary signage. Special event signs. 1, general sign standards. A, special event signs may be approved by the director for a limited time as means of publicizing special events such as grand openings. B, special event signs may include balloons, banners, portable signs, and streamers. C, banners and portable signs shall be restricted to a maximum of 80 square feet per sign. Section 2 to be amended to read certificate required. A temporary sign certificate is required for a temporary special event sign. And B, the certificate allows the hold to display temporary event signs on the lot where the event is to occur. The temporary special event signs may be displayed by the same business license holder on the same lot up to 4 times in any one calendar year. The aggregate time for display of such signage shall not exceed 60 days in any one calendar year. This additional amendment will allow temporary signage in town center, which is currently not permitted in the area. If there are any questions, I am available to answer.
Does that 60-day period aggregate within a year apply to all signs?
That is, all temporary signs.
All temporary signs.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I just need to disclose that I do represent a property that's within the town center. I don't believe this text change affects anything nor affects any financial interest, so I will vote on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I think that it should be noted that voting on this will give Commissioner Dunham and I some free time, because this will abolish Chark. Am I right? Chark is out of business after this.
Well, then I don't know if I support that.
Yeah, well, we got free time now.
We'll have to find you guys another job.
I got one for him.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'll open it for any public comments. Seeing none, I'll close the public comments and ask the commissioners for a motion or questions.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve item 57, TXT 24997, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
We have a motion for approval of item 57. Please vote. Vote. Sorry about that. Commissioner Trowbridge? Post? Carries.
And that goes forward to council in ordinance form.
And moving on to item 58, citizens' participation, public comment. During this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time on by any single speaker, is allowed, may be limited.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. There was a lot of discussion on items 21, 22, and 23. That was that multi-story
that one?
Low-income housing thing.
No, that wasn't
900
low-income.
West Monroe. I would encourage, I don't know if it's the city housing authority that's doing it or the counties, but if you go down on Charleston to about 95 around Honolulu Street or around in there, they tore down a bunch of the old stuff and they put up single-story, or not single, two-story standalone units with small yards and that. And I really believe that that's the way to go rather than these multi-story. And I understand that they're going to sell these to the people on a prorated according to how much their income is, as a percentage of their income. And if that's right, I would encourage the commissioners to go down there and look at that, and let's see how that works out, because that keeps the community together, and I just think that's a lot better way to go. The other thing, if you go down, I don't even know, it's in the medical district, but they have some 3-story units there that have the kitchen and the living room on the second floor, not on the first. So you set up there, because most of the people spend their time in the kitchen and in the sitting room area. And what they do, they're looking down on the trails and that, so you have a lot better view of what's going on the street. But yet you're up and out of the thing. And I would hope that you'd all go down and look at that, and let's see how it works out. Thank you very much.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Almost ready? I know with interest Commissioner Evans is absent, and perhaps he won't be missed, I don't know. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. The following issues affect the quality of life and opportunity for residents of the city of Las Vegas, to wit. Planned less aggressive development causes local residents to become at risk of being made homeless. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection of the law, but if the criteria for developer/applicants is unequally applied, the 14th Amendment is thereby violated by government. On October 28th, the RTC terminated public mass transit service that was the 403 Cat Bus to and from the Paiute Tribal Smoke Shop in what amounts to depraved indifference to the public mass transit necessity and convenience of elderly seniors, disabled handicapped persons, and wheelchair-bound American military veterans, among other local residents. That intentional negligence on the part of the RTC and the City of Las Vegas City Ride bus system is in violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, supreme law of the land. Therefore, a complaint will be filed with the Attorney General of the United States, and the 14th Amendment will be enforced in the City of Las Vegas as it was in Little Rock, Arkansas, more than 50 years ago. Sometimes it takes a long time to learn things. 50 years is long enough. There won't be any reasoning with people who are unreasonable. I'll just let the U.S. Attorney General's office handle that. And if necessary, they can bring it out of the 1st Airborne with bayonets at the ready. In candid rebuttal to the Vice Chairman's less than fully informed remarks regarding the CAT bus system, the 108 CAT bus does not run north along Main Street between Charleston and DTC. It detours west to Grand Central Parkway to serve the limited special private commercial interest of the Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall instead of the public interest. For people like me who pay to get a bus pass but don't get the service that we pay for, and there's no refund. And an ordinarily short walk of 4 or 5 blocks to an able-bodied younger person who has legs that extend, for example, about 46 inches, it would be estimated, is an extremely difficult task for an older man with a prosthetic walker whose legs cramp up in less than a block and a half. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, you must have known all of that to begin with.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the Planning Commission.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does, because this Planning Commission is going to be on the hot seat just like the RTC and the city bus ride. You're the Planning Commission. Plan to make the buses available to the public.
Okay, can you wrap it up, because you've ran over by a minute and a half.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I would like to make conversation to you how much you need. Thank you very much for your attentiveness.
Okay,
Who's your timekeeper, and when's the last time it was calibrated? You happen to know when?
Thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't calibrated, that's the answer.
Thank you. I didn't know one item that we can do nothing. Hi.
My name's Jeff Wells. I've been a resident of Las Vegas for more or less 11 years. First time I've ever been in this building. What I'm here for today is, you guys should be aware, is that the mayor signed a commitment with a bunch of other major cities about how he's going to combat the homeless problem. Anybody who goes down Main Street or Washington realizes there's quite a bit of homeless people sleeping on the streets. 2 days ago there was a fire down off of Bonneville. It's alleged that a homeless man was trying to stay warm. What I'm suggesting to you to suggest to the mayor and the city council is there's plenty of empty government buildings sitting here in this town, in the city, in the county, all over the place that are just sitting there. There's nothing wrong with them. They're empty and they're vacated. There's one on Bonanza here that's an ex-police station. A stone's throw away from the homeless people. What is the major problem with getting the power turned back on and the water running, hiring some qualified people, and getting the homeless people off the street when it's freezing cold or when it's sweltering hot, and put them in these buildings? And at what time, like with what you're going to do with the Bridger building and demolish it, that's fine and dandy when construction starts, but construction takes a while. I'm an operating engineer and have done lots of demolition. I know these things don't happen overnight. I just think that it would be the humane thing to do. If you're going to actually try to take a problem and combat it, well, you got empty buildings, utilize them. It's not going to cost the city much, and it's much more humane than leaving people out on the street when they don't have to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, come on down.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Ivo Plichko, and I'm the founder of Peters Foundation. What I would appreciate very much, and I'm trying to do the best I can here, is the solution which I have put together for the housing for the homeless population is to use technology solutions which allow to put a very affordable units for them in place.
Okay, and
even you can put it in the...
I hate to interrupt you for 1 second, but you realize we have no authority to do what you're asking.
What I'm asking here is not for you for the action, but to take a look what we're trying to do and have a suggestion or comments what and which way I can be better in what I'm trying to achieve here. So if
But that doesn't fall under our jurisdiction, is all I was saying.
What I would especially like is to have a space to put a prototype units on a permanent exhibition that they will see how we resolve it through the technology solutions this problem.
Do you have something you want to give to the city clerk?
Yes, for the record. This is
And we will get that. I don't want to cut you, but the bottom line is if all of us wanted to do what you want, we couldn't do it. But we will get that to the appropriate agency for you. Is your number and address on there?
Yes,
okay.
It's experience from Slovenia, where I'm coming from, when the city has provided the housing for the homeless to alleviate the problem. So
No.
the city has done that for them.
Yeah.
The cost is now much lower in all...
I just don't want to mislead you by thinking that we're going to... We'll give it to the proper party for you.
Let's take a look and give me suggestions
Okay.
how we can do things better.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the citizens' participation, and the meeting's adjourned.